Phoenix Splash TV.
Staring out your window, you watched me play guitar, drifting in and out of sleep. You listened from afar, feeling the clawing of your curves, hoping that it doesn't get worse. You spend your days wandering your inner universe. Moving pictures dance about from reason to absurd. I'm feeling the clawing of your curves, hoping that it doesn't get worse. I dreamed we were holding hands again, gazing at the wonders that lied ahead. Don't know what I'd do if you were dead. Lost our taste of apathy, we're too far to return. Ventilated poetry, established pages turned. Feeling the clawing of your curves, hoping that it doesn't get worse. I dreamed we were holding hands again, gazing at the wonders that lied ahead. I don't know what I'd do if you were dead. drifting to sleep. Our passions glow into the air like melting snow.
Phoenix Splash TV. Who's the greatest wrestler that ever existed? Names might pop into your mind. The Rock, Stone Cold, Sabu, RVD, Kurt Angle, AJ Styles, Neville, but you would be wrong, by my standards anyway. To me, when someone asks who is the best wrestler, my easy answer is Hayabusa. While some wrestlers are known for being high flyers, mat technicians, or powerhouses, Hayabusa was all of it combined. He was definitely the greatest all-round wrestler to ever live. On top of being an all-round pro wrestler, he also had good in-ring psychology, which is storytelling in the ring. His in-ring psychology has even convinced some people that wrestling was real again. It was that good. Now, if you watch other people talk about Hayabusa, they'll spend most of their time talking about his infamous career-ending injury, but that injury shouldn't shadow what he is, or was. Hayabusa is not only one of my favorite wrestlers, he's one of the most inspirational people of my entire life, and I'll explain why. Now, for those of you who keep up with me, you'll notice that my band's name is Phoenix Splash, and even though the band is always in construction, I always find it hard to change the name. Not just because it sounds cool, but because it means something important to me. The Phoenix Splash is a wrestling move that Hayabusa invented. It looks like this. When he made it, he said he wanted to make something that was different, something that no one had ever seen before. Thus he came up with the Phoenix Splash. Now, unlike The Rock's Rock Bottom, he didn't do this move all the time. He did it on special occasions, on special matches. It was really a spectacle to see. He also invented other moves and invented his own in-ring style. He didn't rely on only the flashy moves, he incorporated everything into the art of wrestling, making him the best wrestler, in my opinion, to watch. While The Rock and Stone Cold were smack-talking and Hulk Hogan was politicking, people like Hayabusa, Sabu, RVD, and others were laying the foundation of what would be the future of wrestling. What is the future of wrestling? Not giants stomping on each other or talking smack. I think the future of wrestling is, well, the art of wrestling. When it comes to wrestling, gimmicks are getting old, storylines are getting old. The thing that isn't getting old is in-ring ability. It keeps improving. That's what people come to see. Wrestling journalists agree that people like Prince Puma and Neville are the future of wrestling. When you see them wrestle, you don't see much influence from Hulk Hogan and Stone Cold. What do you see? You see Phoenix splashes, 450 splashes, power moves, you see the total package. And in my eyes, that's something Hayabusa started. He wasn't just one type of wrestler. He was good at everything a wrestler could be good at, even acting. He could cry on cue. But that's enough about wrestling. Whether I'm right or wrong about his influence is up to opinion. But to me, Hayabusa is something much more than a wrestler. He saw something and said, I'm going to do something different from everyone and make it work. That's what I always think about my music. You know, in music, it's very easy to jump on a trend. Many aspiring musicians want to be like someone else, and as a result, they stay in that style of music their whole life. Sometimes people ask me, why don't you write your music like Justin Bieber or someone popular? And to be honest, it's really not that hard to write the music like them. But why be like them, you know? That's like telling Hayabusa, why do the Phoenix Splash when you could just do the 450 Splash, like Too Cold Scorpio? Hayabusa wanted to do something new, and that's the way I view my whole outlook on life. I'm always striving to do something new. And as this album that we're working on gets closer to finishing, I can see that it's going to be something special. The first time I really got a good glance of Hayabusa was from a DVD titled The Flying Assassin. The DVD has only 3 matches on it, and I still consider it my favorite wrestling DVD of all time. He faces Masato Tanaka, Mike Awesome, and Mr. Ganosuke. If you're a wrestling fan, you should check it out. It's on Amazon, and I think the whole thing is uploaded on YouTube. Even if you're not a wrestling fan, it's very easy to get impressed by Hayabusa. Now, I know I didn't upload this right after his death like some people do, after every death. I don't know, I kinda needed time to mourn. I don't care how much views this one gets, my favorite wrestler just died, and I want to talk about him. My band actually had one hell of a rehearsal in memory of him. It's kind of surreal to me that he's gone. After his career-ending injury, he turned to music, and I even bought his debut CD, Trust. I don't know, I always had this fantasy that I'd meet him one day and we'd talk music and wrestling. I'd tell him how much of an inspiration he was to me, and I don't know, write a song with him or something. Guess you can't stop me from dreaming about it though. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that. Rest in peace, Hayabusa. You've meant the world to and inspired many wrestlers, and you've inspired me. This is Game Analyzer, signing off.
今も探してる幼い頃に夢見てた自分を今も探してる色あせない大切なあの場所を手を伸ばせばすぐそこに顔を上げて初めて気がついたもう二度と迷わない二度と振り返らない自分の弱さも全て受け止めて高い壁でも深い闇でも越えてゆける心を解き放ち Trust One set
TV. Now, usually when I talk about a musician, I might say that, oh, he's one of my favorite drummers, or he's one of my favorite guitar players. Kyo from Dir en Grey is my favorite singer of all time. Whether it be pop, classic rock, opera, jazz, in any style, brand, or shindig, from my countless observations of music in general, as of this day, I believe that the greatest singer of all time is Kyo. Kyo accomplishes this not by only being a technical freak at vocals, but his lyrics are also unmatched, straying from the usual song topics. In the world of J-Rock, you can spot many people trying to incorporate Kyo's style in their music, but no one does it like the man himself. While Koru is the brains behind the music of Dir en Grey, Kyo gives the songs raw emotion. In fact, it could be argued that Koru and the other members composed the music around Kyo's voice, letting probably the greatest voice of all time shine as much as it can. But who is Kyo? Well, Kyo might not even be his real name, or at least it's debated. I believe somewhere Koru mentioned that he's the only one who uses his real name in Dir en Grey. So yeah, I guess the same could be said about Shinya, even though he seems to have a last name. When it comes to personal information, we get into speculation territory. Some believe his real name is Nishimura Toru, and that he uses the name Kyo to represent his hometown, Kyoto. He cites Bucktick as his main influence to become a rock star, and like other members of Dir en Grey, he cites X Japan as a big influence. Kyo is also deaf in one of his ears. It's also known that him and Shinya went to the same high school together, and they started out with a band called Lasaris, which had basically the same lineup of Dir en Grey minus the bass player Toshiya. He joined up with Dir en Grey, and the rest is history. Now, there's a bit of controversy when it comes to Kyo and his live stunts that he used to do. He used to basically self-mutilate himself on stage. Now, I was never a big fan of this, but it got them to tour with Korn in the United States, so it was pretty cool for them. There's also questions to the authenticity of his mutilization. It's known that he used body makeup to show burn marks on his body, but these days people are questioning whether or not the blood that you would see as the result of his mutilation was real or not. What's my opinion on this? Well, it looks real to me. When you watch as much professional wrestling as I do and see people cut themselves all the time, it's not such a far-fetched idea that a rock star would do it too, for a crowd reaction. I actually would prefer it not to be real, but real or not, he doesn't do that anymore, and that's probably for the best. His vocal performances live was also under some questioning as well. If you look at some of their older stuff, sometimes Kyo would have trouble singing some of the parts. When you look at the amount of times that he's been hospitalized for conditions dealing with his throat area and voice, that might have something to do with it. Of course, if you see him live now, he's really amazing, better than he's ever been. When I saw Dir en Grey live, Kyo was actually experimenting with a lot of effects on his voice, which is something Dir en Grey doesn't really do a lot usually. He even had a screaming solo, and there was also a little drum solo there too. It was pretty bizarre. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see Kyo improvise. Apart from Dir en Grey, Kyo has a side project called Tsukikyo, which is kind of like a supergroup with people from other bands. Their second album even featured Toshi from X Japan. That's right, there exists a track where Kyo from Dir en Grey and Toshi from X Japan do a duet. It's called Amigari no Yushi, and I'll put the text there because I don't know if I pronounced that right. I've heard it and it exceeded my expectations. It comes out on their second album, Vidium. Toshi seems to be buddies with Dir en Grey. He even got Shinya to play with him for a live performance. Personally, I love Kyo's side project. It sounds a lot like Dir en Grey, but it's softer. So if you really want to hear Kyo's voice but can't stand Screamo, then Tsukikyo is a good place to start. Kyo is also an author and has published many books on poetry. Of course, they're all in Japanese, but damn, it would be pretty cool to get an official translation of them. Some of them come with music too. From what I've heard, they sound pretty cool. And one is set to come out in April, so if you can read Japanese and love poetry, I highly recommend them. Like I mentioned before, Kyo is my favorite vocalist from any band genre or anything, but he's also my favorite lyric writer. For a while, I believed that Aaron Wise from Me Without You was my favorite lyric writer, but since Kyo messes with other languages, play on words, and play on kanji, I think I put Kyo ahead by a little bit. Kyo is also a music composer, writing songs like Mr. Newsman, The Domestic Fucker Family, and Hades. I read somewhere that he also composed Red from the album Vulgar, but I don't know how accurate that is. When it comes to composition credits, anything involving Duran Gray can get pretty confusing. I do like the sound of Kyo's side project, but I'm not sure how much composing he does for it. With Duran Gray's most recent stuff, and even most of their stuff in the past, it's all really credited to the entire band Duran Gray. So I think for my favorite Kyo song, I'll go with a song I heard a long time ago that I know he wrote for sure, titled Mama. It came out on a bonus CD of one of his poetry books and is very jazzy, and it's really cool to hear his voice with jazz. As far as lyrics go, I think Venushka from Duran Gray and The Decadence, I'll just put the title there because that's pretty hard to pronounce, are some of his best lyrics. And as far as melody goes, I remember hearing that Kyo comes up with the melodies on the Duran Gray songs. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, he basically co-composed all of Duran Gray's songs, no matter who wrote them. So what do you think about Kyo from Duran Gray? Also, since I shared mine, who is your favorite vocalist of all time? Leave that in the comments below. I have to give a shout out to Lance Wida, who suggested that I do all of the members of Duran Gray. Now that's an easy task for me because I've been looking up trivia and fun facts about them for years and years. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching. This is Josh the Music Man, signing off.
I guess not.
Alright, we're gonna play the Who anyway.
Yeah, just one.
Try to put us down just because we could around. They say to look awful close. Hold my time before I get old. My generation, man. Don't you all? I did what we all say. Trying to cause a big sensation about my generation. My generation, baby. Don't you all fade away from my generation? Don't try to dig what we all still say. I'm trying to cause a big sensation talking about my generation. My generation, baby. People try to put us down because we get around. Trying to cause a big sensation about my generation.
Can you hear the trumpets play? All their eyes latch onto me. It's my time, my history. Don't be silent, cheer for me. All my life I've dreamed of this. Overnight, a single blip on the tip of all their tongues. Across the world, across your
Phoenix Splash TV. If you're looking for the best bass player in all of Japan and J-Rock, then you have to look no further than Taji Sawada. If you heard of him, then you know that he is the original bass player for X Japan. This band allowed him to become the most popular bass player in all of Japan.
Taji Sawada had unmatched bass guitar skills and great music composition skills, but one cannot ignore the demons that he carried with him and the attitude that made up who he was. Nonetheless, he is my personal idol when it comes to my bass guitar playing.
Taji Sawada emerged in the music scene in 1982 after dropping out of high school. He immediately started his first band called Trash. At first, Taji was actually a lead guitar player. He would then sometimes switch to bass and go by the name Ray and play for other bands. From 1984 to 1986, Taji played with a number of bands and even crossed paths with members of Saber Tiger, which was Hide's old band. It was during this time that Taji would sometimes play for Yoshiki's group known as X. After playing with a number of bands, Taji eventually stuck with X Japan, and the rest is, as they say, history. Well, actually, his time with X did not have a happy ending.
But believe it or not, despite people saying that Yoshiki was a control freak, Taji actually did write a number of songs for X Japan. This includes the first track on X's first full-length album. This song is titled Dear Loser. On top of that, he also composed Phantom of Guilt, Desperate Angel, and co-wrote Exclamation with Hide. Ironically, he wrote one of X Japan's greatest ballads titled Voiceless Screaming. I say ironically because Taiji mentioned in his autobiography that he didn't feel that X Japan should play ballads.
In 1992, Taiji left X Japan. Now it's not entirely clear of why Yoshiki fired him. In Taji's autobiography, he mentions that he was asked to leave because he, quote, confronted Yoshiki about the wage differences between the members of the band. But when Yoshiki was asked about it in recent years, he mentioned that Taiji broke a rule and crossed the line. Even in the We Are X documentary, he wouldn't mention it. And in that documentary, he was pretty much telling every detail about X Japan. So what happened between Yoshiki and Taiji? Perhaps we'll never know.
After leaving X Japan, Taiji bounced around in different bands. A lot of people remember him for being with Loudness, but he only played with them for 1 year. Some fans believe that Taiji wrote the song Black Widow for Loudness, but that song was actually written by their guitar player, Akira Takasaki. Taiji then formed his own band called DTR and would compose for this group. He would release music off and on with DTR.
In 1999, he started yet another group called Cloud9, but then decided to leave in 2001. Nonetheless, the band decided to actually continue on without him. He would return to play for them in 2007 for a little while. Here's a sample of Bastard by Cloud9, and warning, there is some explicit language.
No way! Or you end up dead in this chaotic world! No way!
One of the more rarer acts of Taiji is a group that he formed with his sister called Orukaz. In this act, his music is more softer and acoustic, similar to the style of Voiceless Screaming, and you can even hear him sing.
He started other projects like Taiji with Heavens, which actually continued to play after Taiji's death. I really like the composition in this group, and the vocalist reminds me a lot of Toshi from X Japan. One of my favorite acts from Taiji is TSP, which is a project consisting of other bands he started. The band consists of Shu from Cloud9, Day from Taiji with Heavens, and Hana from Crazy Quarter Mile.
In 2010, Taiji was announced to perform with X Japan as a guest musician. That performance is on YouTube, and I'll tell you that it is one of the most heartwarming moments I've ever seen watching a live performance. Seeing Taiji and Heath play together was pretty amazing, and if you're an X Japan fan, it is a must-see.
Sadly, in 2011, Taiji Sawada died in a jail cell located in Saipan. According to many sources, he got into a conflict with a female flight attendant and forced the plane to land. It was there he was placed in prison. He then allegedly hung himself using bed sheets. His death was a shock to many people and seemed to come out of nowhere with some questioning circumstances.
There is a lot of conspiracy involving Taiji's death. While he was arrested, his email was active and apparently transferring money. Also, the FBI refused not only an investigation, but also refused an explanation to why Taji had passed away. It seemed that investigators allowed the U production team to have more control over Taji's body rather than Taji's family. There's also information that the production team was insisting on having the body cremated, but finally caved in to fly Taji's body back to Japan. During this flight, the body became corrupted, therefore an autopsy was never conducted on Taji's body. A lot of this information has been removed from the internet, but it was originally posted on tamd.org by Taji's own girlfriend. Why did she remove it? I don't really know, but last I checked, Taji's girlfriend actually wrote a book which might have the information in it. If you're looking for more information on his murder, then check out my video on his death conspiracy I made long ago. So that was Taji Sawada. Honestly, he's one of the greatest technical bass players of all time, but I felt that he had a lot of demons with it.
Yeah, aside from the demons, I like the songs Desperate Angel, Phantom of Guilt. Those songs are really, they were different from X Japan's songs like Silent Jealousy, the speed progressive metal songs that they usually wrote.
Yeah, I will say that Taji had like a hard rock style, and Yoshiki's was more metal, I would say.
Yeah.
So do you think he's better than Heath, Chris?
Technically, yeah, he's better than Heath. But I'm not saying that Heath is terrible. Heath is a really good bass player.
I think when it came to reliability, I think that's probably where Heath outshined Taji, because if you look at Taji, he just went from band to band to band. He had so many groups. And whereas Heath was reliable for X Japan, and he stayed with them for a long time.
Taji's autobiography is a very interesting read. There's a lot of crazy things like, before X Japan was famous, he writes about how they were in a van traveling. That the van would always break down, and he would talk about the past where he was just a kid and he was running like a restaurant. I mean, like a play restaurant with his sister and stuff like that. He also talks about the time when he was homeless, which is a very interesting time in his life. Other cool parts in the autobiography are times where he talks about how he wrote the songs Voiceless Screaming and the song Give Me the Pleasure.
Yeah, and I believe that there's even a translation of it online, right?
No, they took it away.
Oh, they took it out.
I think they took it out, yeah. I printed it out, that's why I kind of know.
See, he prints out everything on Taji before it gets removed. So anyways, guys, what do you think about Taji Sawada? Do you like him? Do you hate him? Do you think he's overrated? And what do you think he did to Yoshiki that made Yoshiki fire him? What was that line he crossed? Go ahead and leave your thoughts in the comments below. And as always, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for watching. This is Josh the Music Man.
And Chris the Pocket Master.
Signing off. TV. Well, hello there guys and gals, it's time for some more musician talk. When it comes to influence, there's probably no single Japanese musician to have as much of an effect on the world than Hide. Some Hide fans might not like to hear the comparisons between him and Kurt Cobain, but both of their deaths caused an end of an era in rock and roll music itself. Whether it's Hide's presence that you're appalled by, or his music, or both, no one can deny the influence Hide has on people today. Heck, many of his newer fans weren't even born when Hide was alive. That's the kind of draw Hide and his music still has till this day. Now, most J-Rock fans know that Hide was one half of a guitar duo in the most famous band to come out of Japan, X Japan, but he actually started somewhere else. His first band was called the Yokosuka Saber Tigers. This band was by no means a big deal, so it's surprising that there exists footage of them. It's also noteworthy to mention that the singer and the drummer of this band went on to form Der Langer. It's kinda cool to see that this is pretty much where they all got started. Unlike many rock and rollers who never finished high school, Hide actually finished college and got his beautician license, which of course, as you can see, he used to his advantage for his career. After Saber Tiger kept switching members at consistent rates, Hide grew tired of it. No one wants to be in a band like that. Hide left Saber Tiger and found something else. That something else was X Japan. Now, there is no information on how Yoshiki and Hide first knew each other, but Hide was giving a role above the others. I mean, let's face it, X Japan was and still is Yoshiki's baby, with him doing most of the composing and lyric writing for the band. But for some reason, Hide was allowed to write music for X Japan more often than the other members. Bass player Taji would sometimes write for X as well, but not as much as Hide. These include Joker, Scars, Celebration, and one of my favorite songs of all time, Love Replica. X Japan went on to become probably the most popular rock and roll band to come out of Japan, and this is where Hide started growing his fan base. Hide was given some creative control, not only in music composition, but also in live aesthetics, and probably music videos. Fans also noticed Hide's technical skills. When I first saw X Japan, I was really impressed with the harmonies in the guitar solos by Pada and Hide. It was one of the first times I saw this style of playing, and you can tell that they were both professionals at their craft. Because of this style of composition and the technical skills of the members themselves, fans would sometimes pick their favorite member and shout their names at their concerts. During X Japan and after X Japan, Hide did solo projects. This is where Hide really got to shine and his songwriting really came out. It was kind of interesting that even though Hide had the technical skill to play speed metal, his solo projects opted him to play in a more alternative rock style. Sometimes Hide wouldn't even play the guitar live and he would just sing. If you're into his solo work, then you've probably heard of Hide with Spread Beaver, and of course Zilch. Pink Spider, Junk Story, Rocket Dive, and Breeding were among the few of some of my favorite songs from Hide's solo days. Most of his solo work would receive much success after his death. Now let's talk about Hide's death, which is always in debate for many fans and forums. Hide was found dead in his apartment, hanging from a towel attached to a doorknob. Some people argue that this is a failed autoerotic asphyxiation. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's pretty disgusting. Other people claim that it is an intended suicide. Hide didn't leave a suicide note, which might leave a ton of people baffled. Of course, fans say that his suicide note comes from one of his final songs, Pink Spider. There are a ton of other theories, and crazy ones, like one has something to do with Yoshiki and some supernatural entities. I choose to believe what former X Japan bass player said about it. Taiji Sawada noted that him and Hide would do a neck and back relaxation technique to ease the pain from holding a guitar for hours upon hours. This technique involved a towel and a doorknob. Taiji believes that Hide fell asleep while intoxicated and got caught up and ultimately died. Regardless of how, many copycat suicides were reported afterwards. His funeral had a huge turnout, and X Japan even reformed to play one last song for their fallen friend. After Hide's death, his legacy continued to grow. In the new version of X Japan, you can kinda tell that a lot of their lyrics revolve around Hide. Songs like IV and Born to Be Free, just to name a few. There was even a tribute concert where some already disbanded bands got back together to play in his memory. There was a museum that opened up in Yokosuka dedicated to him. There are continued projects in memory of Hide even till this day, including an unfinished Hide song recording. With the power of Vocaloid technology, Yamaha was able to finish Hide's unfinished song titled
Oh Gal.
As a whole, Hide is one of the best composers I've ever heard. Though Rocket Dive, Pink Spider, and Scars get a ton of praise, my favorite song composed by Hide is Love Replica. I pick it because I think that it really shows off his diversity in composition. Hide had a classical side that was very different to Yoshiki's classical side, and I really wish we got to see it more. So, have you ever heard of Hide? If you have, what are some of your favorite songs by the guy? Leave it in the comments below. A special thanks goes to Wen Sun, who suggested I do a video on Hide. She also suggested I do one on Sugizo, but I don't want to put them in the same video, so Sugizo will probably get his own video in the future. If you want me to talk about another musician or band, leave that in the comments below too. If I don't know the band, I'll usually do a video titled First Impressions to see if they make a good first impression on me. Anyways guys, thanks for watching, and this is Game Analyzer, signing off. Phoenix Splash TV. Kurt Cobain, the frontman of Nirvana, the American badass who didn't care about maintaining an image and in doing so created a genre known as grunge. Versus Hide, guitar player for X Japan and known for his outlandish solo acts. His guitar skills inspired many J-rock guitarists that would come after him, and his image is unmistakably identifiable. Both hated mainstream music and wanted to change it. Both sparked a rebellious attitude within their people, Kurt Cobain in the USA and Hide in Japan, and both of their deaths arguably ended an era within their countries. But who is the better musician? For this video, I gathered 3 judges who all have a background in music. I sat them down and we watched and listened to 6 performances of each musician. We judged them on 6 categories: vocal skills, guitar technical skills, music composition skills, stage presence, influence, and overall enjoyment. For each category, the judges would rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest ever, and 1 being the not so greatest. At the end of the video, we will add up all their scores and make one big final score to determine who the better musician is. So let's not waste any time and let's find out how this matchup went down. When it comes to their vocal skills, both Hide and Kurt Cobain are both pretty unique. Kurt Cobain created that raspy sound that you hear in a lot of today's American music, and Hide utilized tongue rolls and a bit of wackiness that you just wouldn't hear in everyday music. When judging their vocal skills, the judges averaged Cobain an 8 out of 10, while Hide earned a 7 out of 10. Both were above average. When comparing the two, the judges felt that Kurt Cobain's music allowed him to hit higher notes and show off more of his capabilities. One thing that hurt Hide in this category was the fact that his later songs like Breeding showed more of his vocal skills, and unfortunately he wasn't alive to perform it. Seeing how we viewed live performances to get their raw sound, those songs just weren't at Hide's disposal. Even then, both scored pretty high just based off uniqueness alone. If you're aware of both Hide and Kurt Cobain's guitar skills, then this one might not surprise you very much. I mean, the difference is night and day. As far as their raw performance at the instrument, Hide totally annihilated Kurt Cobain, averaging a score of 7 out of 10, while Kurt Cobain averaged a 3 out of 10. Now keep in mind that this is based off a professional performance skill, so we're not saying that Kurt Cobain is a bad guitar player. We're just saying that compared to the people at that level, Kurt falls below average, and it's due to the fact that he just didn't care that he made these mistakes. And much like Kurt Cobain's vocals, Hide's music allowed him to show off more capabilities as well. So even if Kurt Cobain did care, he probably would still fall short of Hide in this category. Now for the music composition aspect. The judges were listening for interesting techniques like key changes, tempo changes, rhythmic fluctuation, and stuff that was just interesting to them. For composition skills, Cobain averaged a 6 out of 10, while Hide earned an 8 out of 10. Now this score may seem controversial, but when I analyze both of their music, it starts to make sense. Hide just had way more projects. He had X Japan, Spread Beaver, Saber Tiger, and his own solo works, all which allowed him to work with bands that consisted of many people. Kurt Cobain only had Nirvana, which consisted of basically 3 instruments and sometimes 4. More instruments leads to bigger compositions and techniques, all in which Hide utilized gracefully. Kurt Cobain was working with what he had and still earned an above average due to the raw emotion packed within his compositions, but Hide just had more to work with. Now for their stage presence, and both of them did really well in this category. When you think of Nirvana, you think of that gritty, grungy concert where people are throwing themselves everywhere. Cobain's making mistakes on guitar and changing his lyrics mid-concert just to piss people off. As for Hide, who can forget how colorful his concerts were? Watching him dance, and I feel like this isn't said enough, but the dude can dance. So how did they score on the chart? Hide averaged a 9 out of 10, while Cobain averaged an 8 out of 10. One of the biggest advantages that Hide had over Kurt Cobain is the fact that he sometimes didn't play with a guitar live. Even though Hide was an excellent guitar player, on many of his solo concerts, he'd often dance and jump around and do crazy things rather than sing and play the guitar. That's not to say that Cobain didn't do some crazy things himself, but Hide had one thing that seemed to really excite the judges: color. While it's true that Cobain was breaking things and smashing stuff, these things were seen before and after. But Hide's color palette is still pretty unique till this day. Both Hide and Cobain's influence is what makes them comparable in the musician world. Like I mentioned before, both of them defined an era in their countries. Kurt with establishing attitude and changing the face of media for a long time. He invented grunge, in which many musicians would follow in his footsteps. Hide helped X Japan establish Visual Kei, in which, like Cobain, many J-rockers would follow in pursuit. So how did the judges rate their influence? Kurt Cobain averaged a 9 out of 10, while Hide averaged out an 8 out of 10. Both are really high above average, but just the fact that you can see Cobain and Nirvana's influence in just about everything in pop culture proved just how much of an impact that they had, and America has a huge influence on the rest of the world. As for Hide, to get an 8 out of 10 is a crazy feat for someone who doesn't natively speak English. But just looking at all the great musicians he inspired and the fact that he had a whole concert dedicated to him after he died is just too much to ignore. The most important aspect of any musical group is how much you enjoy it. How good is the overall product? In this category, Hide averaged an 8 out of 10, while Kurt Cobain averaged a 6 out of 10. Kurt Cobain's mistakes that he made live really made it hard for one of the judges to give him anything above a 5, and that really made it hard for that judge to enjoy what Nirvana had to offer. In all of the performances we saw with Hide, he was pretty much flawless. And like I mentioned before, Hide just had way more bands and acts than Kurt Cobain had, giving us a wider range of musical styles, which made it really enjoyable. When we add up all of Kurt Cobain's points, he comes out earning a 40 out of 60. When we add up Hide's, he got a 47 out of 60. While Kurt Cobain had the better vocal skills and the bigger influence, his guitar technical skills really hurt him in this matchup. Here's a visual representation of what every judge rated on each category. Yeah, even the judge who really had no background on Japanese music ended up scoring Hide marginally higher. The winner of this battle is Hide. Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video, be sure to like it, share it, and subscribe. Do you disagree with the Phoenix Splash judges? Tell us who you think is better and why in the comments below. Anyways guys, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching. This is Josh the Music Man, signing off.
Because I'm moving to another world. At least that's what I'm telling you. Because I just want your number now. You look to your friends and you look around again. But I know you can't say no. You can't say no. You can't say no. And you're the one. No, Raylene, 'cause I'm in love and you're the one for me. I just want to be next to you. We run and you run out of gas. We walk and laugh and chat. But I'm just thinking what to do. I think I really want to kiss you. And I'm going in.
So, I was sitting one day, twiddling my thumbs, and a thought came to my mind. Gene Simmons is completely wrong about grunge killing rock and roll. Now, I feel like I'm in a unique position because as a music listener, I'm basically a fan of both Kiss and Nirvana. And there's no denying that when it came to branding, Kiss was like a master. And there's probably no band as successful as Kiss when you think about branding. If you say the word Kiss, images of the whole black and white scheme come to mind. And despite what some people say, their music was pretty good, like as songs. In fact, if their music wasn't good, I probably wouldn't be a big fan of them. I probably wouldn't even be talking about them today. But, if you do look at Kiss and Nirvana side by side, you do see a big difference. Now, I think when Gene refers to rock being dead, I believe that he means that grunge made rock and roll move away from the mainstream. He likes to state that musicians who played rock music wore expensive clothes and costumes, and therefore were considered a big deal. And then came Nirvana, who came in and just casually like I am, and they kind of just took over the whole rock scene. And then rap came along, and rappers started wearing big chains and big jewelry, and then therefore they were kind of seen as the big deal, and they kind of took over the mainstream. Rockers would follow Nirvana's example, and people who played rock and roll just started dressing normally in t-shirts and jeans. And therefore, because of that, rock and roll faded into the background. That's Gene's hypothesis. But my hypothesis is a bit different than Gene Simmons. And here's the reason I think that this image kind of faded away. The reason mainstream music changes is the same reason media changes in general. And it's because people change. It's all in the lyrics. If you look at Kiss's lyrics, they appeal to a generation that was growing up at that time, talking about cars, talking about partying. That's what that generation really cared about. And, some topics don't age very well, like Christine. And the lingo in the lyrics also kind of reflect the generation of the people that was spoken at that time. And when Nirvana came around, the music appealed to a new type of person that was emerging. People began relating more to the darker tones and the darker lyrics, and thus the genre shifted from, parties and big hair to, darkness and kind of dressing, come as you are, as they say. And while bands like Loudness were still sticking to singing about good nights out on the town and all that stuff, Nirvana sang about what was being felt by the new generation of people. And therefore, people latched on to Nirvana and that new wave of music rather than, the big hair and the 80s sound. But not only did rock music change, the entire media industry began changing too. You had violent video games, you had edgy television ads, edgy television shows, reality TV. People were dressing more like t-shirts and jeans every day rather than having the big hair. And you see that in all forms of media. Even pro wrestling changed. Now, let's talk about rap. And I think Gene kind of misses a few things about rap music. Sure, they did dress big, they did rap about being a big deal, and they also, wore the jewelry and stuff. But if you listen to the rap, they also rapped about growing up on the streets and being poor. And if you look at rappers at that time, a lot of them were minorities. African American and Latino rappers were emerging. And it appealed to a demographic that big rock and roll just wasn't reaching as a whole. And, that's a whole other demographic that's buying your music. Now, I'm about to say something a little bit controversial, so let me start with that I respect Gene Simmons. I think he's a genius, and I think he'll go down in history as one of the most, or if not the most, influential rock and rollers of all time. But without Nirvana and the grunge movement and the new movement of rock and roll, I think rock and roll could have died. And I mean, if you think about it, Nirvana and other bands were moving rock and roll to appeal to a new type of person. And if you think about disco, nobody did that for disco. No artist brought disco into the new generation. And as a new type of person emerged, those new types of people didn't really relate to disco. Disco was just kept doing its thing. And the new type of people that was emerging didn't relate to it, and therefore the genre pretty much faded away. Now you can argue that motifs in disco are still alive in pop music today, but you're not going to find a teenager in the year 2020 that's going to say, oh, my favorite genre is disco. But yeah, the main point I'm making is that music and media as a whole changes because people change. People's tastes, people's humor, the technology we grow up with is different, and the experiences that we endure growing up is different with every generation. And that's why we always have the older generation, shaking their fists, myself included. I did this all the time. We always say, oh, new music sucks. Music was so much better when we were growing up. And that's partially because we grew up with music that was more relatable to us. Music that was being made at that time was, speaking the lingo that we did and talked about the things that we knew. And that's the thing about music genres. They survive by changing with people. And that newer generation starts, if you have a new generation of people enjoying rock and roll, you're going to have that new generation writing rock and roll music. And if you don't have that, it can kind of fade away. Yeah, if the new generation doesn't like rock and roll, then guess what? You're not going to have new rock stars because they're not. Why write music that you don't like? You're going to write music that appeals to you. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed this little music talk. And I have a question for you. What are some artists that you relate to the most? It could be from any time period. I find myself relating to music from the 60s sometimes, And that's the thing about music. It's different for everyone. But when you look at it on a grand scale, like what relates to most people, then that's when you get into all of this. But as an individual, you can relate to music of all time periods. I find myself relating to some music written today. Some concepts of life are so simple that every generation kind of goes through, and you can find similarities in all the different ones. But yeah, if you're ever interested in I wonder how people of the 1930s felt, then you can go back and listen to that time period of music. You can kind of see how people were seeing what people related to. And that's always interesting to do for me. I kind of like going to the 30s and 40s and seeing what those people latched on to back then. But yeah, leave some artists that you relate to and tell me why. And anyways, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Phoenix Splash TV. So now we're gonna do a little bit of a tournament, and pretty much it's gonna go like this. We're gonna keep playing it against each other, and whoever gets 5 wins first wins the tournament. And we were passing by, you know, a bunch of restaurants, and we found this African pizza place called Malawi's Pizza, and whoever wins is gonna get free African Malawi's Pizza.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
And we decided the loser is gonna have to drink this yogurt. So we went to a grocery store a couple months ago, and the manager there was giving out these free drinkable yogurts. I wasn't sure if they're about to expire or if they're trying to advertise or what, so we got them. But anyways, they left a bottle half drinking in their car that's been sitting there since we went, so it's probably pretty gnarly. I know it's expired.
It's expired.
So the
Yeah,
loser's
it's like-
gonna have to try some of that. So,
So me and Anthony are gonna start. All right. I bet none of us are gonna pick.
These are some weird names. Oh look, they get different costumes.
See,
I don't
that
see
one looks
these.
like Carnage.
Hey, oh look, yeah, it looks like a secret character. What's Shaq's alternate costume?
I don't know. Oh,
He's got the orange shorts.
different team, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna try Beast.
All right, I'm going to go with.
You know,
He was kicking my ass in that.
Memphis? How do you pronounce that?
I guess you press it.
Oh,
Yes,
okay. Oh,
That's a weird.
Get a good look at our
Yeah,
cards.
that's what we like to see.
Oh.
I feel like that's more like a spawn.
Yeah.
Oh, my guy has like giant arms. I'm hoping.
Shit.
Yes.
Oh, you can attack him when he's down. I didn't know you could do that.
So he's. Oh
Uh-oh.
my god. My guy's kind of slow, but it seems like his range is very good. I'm having trouble jumping. Oh
guy's
my
doing-
goodness.
Look at his face.
Oh,
Whoa.
Hey, how do you even block?
I don't know. The triggers are- Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he did the noise again though, so it's okay. Alright, come on, Beast.
All right.
Yeah, well, it's between every.
Oh, I went
Gosh.
before it said go. You saw that? I'm a rebel, man.
Oh man.
Hit him.
Oh.
Hit him.
Whoa.
What the heck? It doesn't even look like you're hitting.
Oh.
It looks like you're just jumping.
I have my fury.
Oh
That
my
was
God.
brutal. Gosh.
Okay.
That was brutal.
Josh gets on. I guess.
Hey, it could reach.
Now
Could
you
reach.
play since I won. Right.
No. You keep.
I keep playing. And if I
Yeah,
get
so you
okay.
could run the table.
Okay.
Oh,
And
we
if
gotta
that
take him out.
happens, then me and you will play.
Uh-oh. So you got 1 point, Josh.
Yeah.
Under.
We still try and use
Splash
a
TV.
different character every time. So. Luckily, I won't have to use Beast.
Also, we have to pick different people.
Yeah, I'll change it up
Voodoo.
every time.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can't even choose random select like I was planning. Like, come put your handicap. What are you doing? Hey,
That's why you won.
Okay, we press start. Okay, sorry.
See, that's
Hey.
how you won earlier. Go look at the footage.
We'll look at the
No, I'm just
footage.
kidding.
Did we pick the same person?
Oh, Phoenix Splash.
I didn't know you picked
your
her.
problem.
All right, well, we're gonna do this.
Oh, look at those alternate costumes.
This is as fair as you can get.
Kick your butt, man.
Yeah, well,
I
I
thought
don't
you
know
picked
about
that cat.
fair, because the green one, she looks kind of sickly.
I can't even tell who I am.
Good. You can tell exactly who I am. I thought I was you.
One of them looks very sickly.
Yeah, I'm the red one. I'm the one that's
Yeah, you
losing
just
now.
look like you got a nice tan.
Oh, it's close.
Fudge!
Yes. Voodoo wins.
I'm Voodoo loses. How do you like that?
I win. How do you like that?
I don't like it that much. Shoot, I'm...
Oh.
What the heck?
How did I see that?
Where'd she pull the bird from is what I'm more concerned about. How many birds do you think she can hide in her? She only one.
Jeez.
Oh!
Did it again. Oh shit.
Oh,
Come on, pull a bird from you.
I
Yeah.
can't. I don't have it.
Don't have any birds.
I don't have a big hiding space like she does. What? She has a bag.
Jack.
Oh my god, man! I'm
Drink the freaking yogurt!
Oh,
Yes.
great.
2 for me. I'm looking pretty good. The home team. That's right.
Take him out.
Raja.
Ja.
Raja. Is mine Kaori? Interesting names on this. Let's see. She whooped me pretty bad when I played her. Not that I think that'll help me, except this thing will probably happen to me.
So this guy's doing swords. Okay. So that's pretty cool. So that's gonna happen.
Oh my gosh.
Your star, what are you doing? You can hit him. Who's Kiori?
He is.
Oh my goodness.
I wish you
I don't know why everyone says Shaq is so good. So far, everyone seems to be a
Oh
lot
my
better.
gosh, guys. This is brutal. Okay.
He got.
I'm
Is this
cleaning.
your third one?
This is gonna be my 3rd victory.
Yes.
And now that I have him, I mean, it's over.
Oh my god.
Unless he starts pulling out some moves.
Oh, that rain. Oh,
Oh, what's that?
I don't know.
Oh, so
That's like a Akuma's teleport, right? Oh my god. I can't. It's like Virtual Fighter now.
yeah.
Oh, look at that.
That's a ton.
Oh,
Oh.
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 Oh, I like slammed the right into the swords.
3 wins for me.
Ah,
I gotta take him out, man.
brutal.
I got to take him out.
I would normally cheer for the underdog, but I'd rather not drink that yogurt. So
Oh yeah.
I don't want to drink it.
So this
I
is
have
gonna
to
be my
drink.
4th one.
yeah.
So I'll pick Shaq.
Oh, you're set.
Yeah.
You're set.
I feel
I'm
like it was
set.
supposed to be Seth,
I'm set.
but they forgot the H.
Oh. Oh, I'm Shaq.
Oh
Yeah.
we
Give me that.
That's Green Egg and Hammett.
Oh man.
All right. That's how funny that joke is. And it was actually a joke that someone wrote in the movie.
Okay, those are my kicks. Okay, I got that.
His right arm looks
My
like
tongue.
it's tucked under. Oh,
Shit.
learn how to teleport too. His right arm looks like it's tucked under like his shoulder pads, spiked shoulder pads. See, is that yellow? Is that his skin or is that he wearing that? I'm asking because his head is the same. If so, I mean, all he has is armor on. I can just
All he is being a
naked.
little fish.
I'm not taking anything from you, man.
No.
I'm just teleporting. I gotta do
That
something.
kick was right in the groin.
I beat you with Shaq.
Oh, you got your fury on.
Oh, we got tournament style. Made the
Time
time.
out, no bonus.
You got no bonus.
I still won though. Otherwise we'll be
Yeah,
here
I
all
think.
day.
Yeah, I think you got an X.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so
Oh jeez.
you have more points than he does too, which I'm sure you've been concerned about.
No.
Oh
damn. That was a good.
Oh, this is over.
Oh damn.
Oh,
Shaq, man. Shaq's got
oh
it.
man.
So that was my 4th victory.
Yes.
So
Man, how do you feel that
I'm cleaning
you're
house,
almost
man.
the king of Shaq Fu?
I feel
Well,
great.
people in this room.
I'm probably the world.
Yeah, do they do tournaments?
I don't
You
know.
can make like $7.
That guy's like, ooh.
$7.
Yeah, if you win.
I could buy myself a Happy Meal.
Oh, not even.
Alright, so Shaq did pretty well. Okay, we're
I'll
good.
rematch.
Rematch, but reversed.
There's
Mephis versus who?
a beast.
A beast. That's
Alright, I'm the red guy, he's the green guy there.
yeah. You can't even see the names.
Oh! Oh!
What? How did you do that? This is what in the world is going on?
Get out of here, man.
And this is your last point.
I know.
And then it's up to me and Anthony.
I need to learn. I need to pull something out. Bag
Oh.
of tricks. Gosh,
Look
dang
at my
it.
penis. That's what that is.
That's what. Oh.
Did they just like take... He looks like Shaq, but they just threw like red on him, right?
That's Evil Shaq. That's
Look at
Shaq
like-
from 2016.
Oh my
Dude,
god. I tried to teleport out of there, but I couldn't. Oh
Damn.
my goodness.
Oh.
Was that blinking thing? Was that his teleportation?
Yeah.
Golly.
So I get free pizza.
Yeah, we'll have to split it. Free African pizza.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Must
to
be
split.
very exciting.
That place is probably expensive too.
What makes you say that?
Oh, because it's like in the middle of nowhere.
Alright, so now this is the loser final.
I know. Who have I not used? Man, oh yeah, I have a slight advantage because
Yeah,
I'm using the same controller.
Oh, yeah.
He's got,
Got a different one.
Doesn't matter.
Because you hogged the controller the entire time.
Maybe
Being
that's the
selfish and
secret.
kept winning.
Oh.
That didn't ran right into the dang kick, man.
Oh. I don't even know how you pulled out your swords.
That's one button.
Oh, that's sad though. I can't.
I tell you that. There it is.
Oh,
Figured it out.
It's over. It's over, man. He got the swords.
Oh.
Hey, what the heck is that? Oh, that's the background. I can't even see my body.
Oh,
Just like that.
Oh. Oh, shit.
I healed.
Hey, he did heal.
what? You learned the secret.
Oh! Obliterated him,
Now I'm
man.
talking. It feels good to finally win one match.
Looks like he's got a drink to damn you.
I'm amused by your fighting skills.
Recording now.
I'm just try. We won't say anything.
So this thing's rotten. It's expired and I'm drinking this because I lost in Shaq Pit.
Oh. Shake it.
That's good.
Oh, okay, I think that's good enough.
The sun is falling, people are lying to everyone. Shadows are everywhere. Nobody could see the light shining so brightly, but I could see the light that withstands through the endless storm. I know it's hard to shine when you're feeling torn, but you can be more. You can be more. You are you, but that doesn't mean you can be so helpless. Don't let the world bring you down. Shout your name. Remember that there's no stopping you. You'll be a god in the end. Don't hesitate. Just be free and say, this is me. So what if you don't accept me? If you can't see, just take my hand and we'll jump into the gray sky where you could find your true heart. Just keep on strong and fight. Never give in to surprise. Goodbye, gray sky. We are safe. You are you, but that doesn't mean you could be so helpless. Don't let the world bring you down. Shout your name. Remember that there's no stopping you. You'll be a god in the end.
Alfred!
Josh,
My friend.
you still wearing that mask?
Still not trusting this atmosphere out here.
What atmosphere? This, what? Pandemic? Whatever this is?
Hell.
Hell.
But this is what you really want, right?
That's what I want, man.
Fresh loaf of bread.
I got a nice selection of video games that came in earlier this week. Well, I got Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, Mega Man. Don't let the box art fool you.
What's
Legend of Kage.
Come on.
I'll be honest. I never played it.
Legend of Kage.
Mario Brothers.
Look at that label.
Oh man.
Torn.
Because it's been outside for 3 days. What do you want from me, man? It's been outside for 3 days.
I want something that stands out completely.
I need something that stands out. Dude, these are the best games in the world. What do you want me to do? I have Mega Man here. I have Mega Man 2. These are great games. You got Jason right there. Freaking Mario Brothers.
You got a broken label. You got a VHS tape.
This is a good anime. This is a good anime.
I don't need this. This is going somewhere else.
What? Hey! Whoa! Whoa! Hey, buddy boy. Here. The golden cartridge. Zelda. The very first Zelda game ever made.
Legend of Zelda. See? I knew you were hiding something. You always do that. I know you so well, Alfred. This is yours.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Whoa. Hey. Where do you get your unexpired bread?
Mama's secret. Thanks for the game, Alfred. See you later.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna find out where you get that bread.
Legend of Zelda, finally in my hands. Now, I had to smack talk a bunch of games just to get this one, but it's finally here. Depending on whom you ask, The Legend of Zelda is regarded as one of the most influential games of all time. The top-down playstyle, the dungeons, and the inventory system were revolutionary. So revolutionary that some people still consider it to be the best game of all time. You see, back then we did not have 3-hour cutscenes to get us hyped for the game. We had manuals, but unfortunately for most games that you find today, you usually find games all alone without the manual. But we can still look online for a manual. A long time ago, the world was in an age of chaos. In the midst of this chaos, in a little kingdom in the land of Hyrule, a legend was being handed down from generation to generation. The legend, the Triforce. There are also these really cool illustrations in the manual, and these illustrations can help influence your imagination while you play. There's also maps that can help you get started with the game. And it's kind of funny, there's a lot of people that praise the game for just dropping you in the middle with no real hand-holding. But the manual actually gave you quite a bit of information, more than people probably remember. Well, that's enough of the introductions. Let's see how this game holds up today. Now that brings me back. As soon as you hear the title screen music, you know you're in for an adventure. And when I was a dumb kid, I always liked to pretend I was naming the guy. And it's kind of interesting to think back that in this first installment, you are actually naming the file when the character's name is always Link. In the future Zelda games, you would actually get to rename Link to whatever you wanted. Soon as the game starts, you know exactly where to go. It's pretty obvious. And that's where you get the sword. And then you get ready to kick some ass. Killing monsters and collecting rupees and taking names. Collecting rupees is really essential in this game, especially when you want to get all those items. And when you feel like you're ready, you go to the first dungeon. which is found by going across this bridge and down this scary looking tree thing. And it is here that the game becomes more of a puzzle. You kill monsters to collect keys, and you use keys to open locked doors. Sometimes you'll enter a room and the door will close behind you, and it won't open until you've killed all the enemies in the room. You come across a room with a single block, and you might wonder why it's even there. You give it a little tug, and you find that it opens a door. That's when you realize that there are some doors that can't simply be opened by unlocking it with a key. These rooms can lead to important items, or to an old man that just gives you hints. With each dungeon, there is a map that you can collect. Doing so will give you a little map screen in the corner of the game. This map system would go on to be incorporated in future games and can still be found in modern games today. There's also certain shapes that they represent. This one is the eagle. Then we solve a little puzzle, head down some stairs, and you've collected Link's iconic bow. Oh yeah, there's another type of item you can collect. It's called a compass. And when you get this item, there will be a red dot on your radar telling you where the Triforce of the dungeon is. And yes, you can also see this kind of game mechanic used in modern games. Kill a bunch of these boomerang guys and you'll get a really useful weapon, the boomerang. And when you get close to the boss, you'll hear this monster cry sound effect. That's when you know you're really close to a mystical monster that you'll have to fight to the death. And there he is, the Aquamentus, if that is pronounced correctly. And if you're at full health, he's pretty easy. Damn it. And there we go. Collect your heart piece and collect a Triforce, and we defeated the first level. Now, you would think, since what we're looking for is called the Triforce of Wisdom, that there would only be like 3 levels. But there's actually 8, and then there's Ganon's level. Makes a total of 9. Now, this is a long game, and there's a save feature within this game, which was crazy for the time it came out. But on many copies, you'll be lucky if the battery in the game still works. There are many guides on the internet on replacing these batteries, but I don't know, it says not to disassemble. And I'm just gonna have to beat it in one go. Thankfully, the manual tells you where the second dungeon is. Now we're on to level 2, and it's more of the same. You come across this enemy called Rope, and I forgot to mention this before, but aside from the map you find, there's also this brown map that tells you the rooms that you have visited before. I often use this map more so on the more difficult levels. And now look at this madness. You have all these boomerang people throwing stuff, and all these statues shooting fireballs. I always hated this part, but you get rewarded if you win with an upgrade to your boomerang. Often when I used to play this game, I would miss this item. And here's level 2's boss, Dodongo. Feed him some bombs, and there you go, he's done. And we get the Triforce. Level 3 is green, and it has these guys, the Darknuts. I always found them really annoying. They're always a chore to kill. And after beating up some more Darknuts, you go down some stairs and get the raft, which you will need later on. And this old man says something mystifying. Can you even get the sword power up before level 3? See, that's the thing about this game. You can do things in like many different orders. And it's kind of a free-for-all. Another interesting thing about this dungeon is the map of level 3. Famously noted by the Angry Video Game Nerd, it appears to look like a swastika at first glance, but it's actually a manji symbol. It even appears in the manual, and if you put the two symbols side by side, you can see that they're actually reverse images of each other. It's one of the 2 references to religion in this game that I know of, the other being the Christian cross on Link's shield. But let's get to the boss now. Now what the hell is that? Oh, it's the manhandle. Well, don't let him manhandle you. Like he did to me. The hell with this, I'm getting that sword that the old man talked about. Now let's go kick some ass. I didn't even use my sword. What the heck's the matter with me? Now, a very important part of The Legend of Zelda is the field. There are a ton of items in this place, and this is where you collect most of the rupees. There's this letter you can give to this old woman, and the old woman will then sell you medicine. There's extra heart pieces that you can find using your bombs. There's these little secrets that give you more rupees. There's shops where you can buy extra items, and you can even buy a bigger shield. And you have to buy your arrows for the bow. And then there's this guy who just takes your money. And there's some extra hints that you can get as well. To get to level 4, you'll need the raft that you got from level 3. And I always thought that these enemies were cool. If you hit them, they turn into these bats. Oh yeah, and this place gets dark, so you might have to go to the store and buy a torch. And now you can get past these little mazes. And here's another cool item, it's a ladder, and it lets you cross over small areas of water. And you come across a familiar face, the Manhandler. Beat him and you get an old man hint. And don't do that in real life. And here's the boss. It's called a Gleeok. He is a little hard, but I just usually hit him until one of us dies, and keep trying if I die. Basically how I tackle everything in life. For level 5, you have to go up, up, and up. And you go to this old man and he tells you that Dig Dogger hates sound. Of course, he's referencing to the flute. Also in this level, there's a room that has 3 Dodongos. I used to actually take the time to defeat them when I first played this game. Little did I know, you don't actually have to do that. You can use these bombs to open up secret doors. And then you fight the blue Darknuts, who are really a chore. And then you go down some stairs and then go to a room where you have to fight more blue Darknuts. And by the time you start to realize that you die really quick. Now apparently there's a red ring and a blue ring. Now I've seen the red ring, it's in Ganon's dungeon. But I've never seen the blue ring till this day. So let's go on the internet and let's find out where it is. Apparently it's under this statue and it costs 255 rupees, which is the maximum amount of rupees you can hold. Thankfully, I'm a patient man, and I find collecting rupees in Zelda a little bit relaxing. I'm thankful for those secret areas that you can find that give you more rupees. And if you want to test your luck, there's those money-making games, but my luck is pretty horrible, so I think I'll pass. And finally, when you get enough rupees, you can get the blue ring. And now you're blue, and you can take more damage. Now that we're blue, those blue Darknuts shouldn't be so much of a hassle. So much blue around here. They still take forever to kill though. You push the stone, get the flute, and you're ready to take the boss to town. Play him your flute, and he becomes small. Then stab him, and that's that. You know, this game's a lot longer than I remember. We still got a number of levels to go. For level 6, you have to blow a flute around this body of water in order for it to show. Oh wait, this is level 7. Yeah, when you get this far in the game, you start doing things a little bit out of order. Level 7 is actually not so bad. Those blue Darknuts aren't here, and you get to fight easier enemies. The puzzle aspect of it can be a little tricky, but once you played it a few times, it all starts coming back. One thing you have to do is buy meat to give to this guy. And while I was going to get the meat, I actually found level 6, and it's just as annoying as I remembered. So let's go back to level 7, give the meat to the goblin, and watch out for those hands. If they get you, they take you back to the beginning of the level. And the boss here is another Aquamentus. He's not too hard. Now we're gonna go back to level 6. Thankfully when I went there the first time I got the compass. Always hated these wizard enemies. Wizrobe. More like, well, I'll let you make that childish joke yourself. The boss of this level is Goma. He opens his eye and you shoot him and there you go, that's it. Oh wait, I almost forgot to get the magic wand. Now I can shoot some spells. Level 8 is really annoying, but you're this far into the game, so it's something you gotta expect. You fight a lot of the bosses again, and this time they are harder. Gleeok is the boss of this level, and he's pretty hard if you don't have armor. And that just about does it for that level. Beating Zelda in one go. It's quite the endurance. We've made it to the last level. Ganons. By far the hardest of them all, and rightfully so. Everything that annoyed you in the first 8 levels are turned up to the max with this one. Secret passages, dozens of forks in the road, and a myriad of annoying enemies. But there are also some of those fun new enemies like the Lanmola and the Patra. Huh, that's weird. I'm already at Ganon. I do not remember it being this easy to find him. This guy's been haunting my dreams for so many years. And to beat him, you gotta poke at him until he's brown, and then... Now I remember. You have to find the light arrow to kill Ganon. Annoyingly, unexpectedly, and uninvitingly, I have to go venture back through that hell and try not to die. Room after room, puzzle after puzzle, all in search for a light arrow. I come across this room. Bombs won't work on the walls. I killed all the enemies and the doors won't open. There's a locked door, but I'm all out of keys. Am I stuck? You know what? We forgot to get a very important item. Basically, it's a master key that unlocks all the locked doors. And if you don't have it and you get to Ganon's level, you can get stuck, like my stupid ass. And since I'm doing this in one go, I have no choice but to reset. Well, it's whatever. Reset the game, rebeat it, go back to level 8, get the magic key, and there you go. You can also get the red tunic, which will make Ganon a little easier when you fight him. And now we're ready for the battle with Ganon. Okay. Got my Triforce. Let's beat some Ganon. Oh, come on. I hate how you have to hit him and you can't even see him. Thank goodness I got some armor. Okay. The trick is to just hit him. Now we got him. We got this. And we shoot him. And there you go. Alright, now let's go get the Triforce, huh? Or just play around with his ashes a little bit. Yeah. Yes. Brilliant. Alright. Gotta break some fires here. And we got Zelda. Thanks, Link. You're the hero of Hyrule. Holy shit.
I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna get you! I'm gonna kill you! I'm gonna kill you!
Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to go take care of some business. Phoenix Splash TV. Hi, this is Josh the Music Man.
And this is Chris the Pocket Master.
And these are our top 10 Game Boy games of all time.
Here we go.
Number 10, Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins. Now I really didn't play this game all that much when I was a kid, but Chris has, so I'm going to let him take it away.
Yeah, the reason why I put it on the list is because it's not particularly a hard game, but it's just a lot of fun. And there's like a whole world map and everything, just like a standard Mario Brothers game. And, you know, very short, very sweet, and very challenging too.
Number 9, Ninja Gaiden Shadow. Now this is a Ninja Gaiden game on the Game Boy. And I'm going to let Chris take it away again because he's played this a little bit longer than I have.
Yeah, again, it's a short and sweet game. It's about 5 to 6 stages. It's not as cool as the original Ninja Gaidens for the NES, but it's pretty nice to have it in your pocket. I remember the difference in this game from the NES games is that you could use a little hook shot to go up on the ceiling. Alright. Number 8, Metal Gear Solid.
Now, Metal Gear Solid for the Game Boy is a really unique thing. If you played the MSX versions, this one will kind of seem the most similar to that, but it also mixes in elements from the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2. There's a whole new story, whole new characters, and the gameplay is pretty addicting. And on top of that, you can also replay each mission and get a better rank. And that really does a lot of replay value, especially for a handheld system. And overall, it's just a really, really, really fun game. You should give it a try. Number 7, Link's Awakening. Now this game is very similar to that overhead style that everyone loves in a Zelda game. And honestly, this is my favorite style of Zelda. You can also play mini games and buy all sorts of items. It's really great.
It's your typical Zelda game. There are puzzles for you to solve and puzzles that you'll be stuck on for years and years and years, which is why I never finished the damn game, because the puzzles were just so difficult. I mean, it's a good game, but it's just, I haven't figured them out.
And if you steal stuff, they call you a thief for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
It's really, really annoying.
Number 6, Mega Man Extreme 2.
Now, the Mega Man Extreme games are a really good series, and if you're gonna pick up a Game Boy, you have to pick up these games. They're Mega Man X games on the Game Boy, and it's really impressive how good that they are. Mega Man Extreme 1 and 2 combined Mega Man X bosses from X1, 2, and 3 and put them into 2 different games. We put Extreme 2 on the list because it just seemed to be a bit more polished and it had a lot more features. Now the cool thing about these games, you do not have to charge your shot. You can just let go of the button and he'll charge by himself. And yeah, there's just really, it's Mega Man X on a handheld, and I've played these games so much as a kid. And you can save the game too. You don't have to do passwords. It's really, really impressive.
It feels like a Neo Geo Pocket.
Or Game Boy Advance.
Wow.
Number 5, Return of the Ninja.
Now this game is one of my favorite games of all time because you're a ninja in the Game Boy Color game. You have to sneak around and not get caught by your enemy. If you do, more bad guys come out in the next screen. It is a very difficult game. There's a password system, which
can't save it. It's like in our last game.
Yeah, you can't save it, but it's very challenging.
That makes it unfairly challenging, in my opinion. In fact, I don't think this game should be on our list.
Well, if you die once, you lose your items.
That makes it even worse, man.
But it's more challenging.
Mega Man X, you die, you keep your weapons.
Well, you get to pick 2 characters. You get to be a ninja girl.
And then she sucks.
No.
You can see right here.
She has a boomerang.
Oh, boomerang.
Look, kill that.
She's dead.
Oh.
She sucks. You gotta be the ninja guy.
Okay, fine. Well,
enemies include
look at that.
He can glide people.
You got items. You have to earn those items.
You don't have no hook shot like Ryu.
No, you can climb on the roof.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty
what
cool.
do you like about it? And you could also go in the sand too. I just barely remember that.
Yeah, well, I don't see no damn sand.
Well,
no. This game sucks.
No, it doesn't. Number 4, Battletoads.
Battletoads.
Yes, Battletoads.
Battletoads have to be on every one of our stupid lists that we make.
It has not been on every one of the lists. This is the first time it's been on the list.
And why the hell is it so damn high on this list?
Well, it's Battletoads on the Game Boy.
Battletoads on...
It's your traditional Battletoads. You get to beat up enemies, go in beat 'em up mode.
Go on bikes.
What? And fight these cool bosses. Look at that.
Look how difficult this boss battle is, guys. You grab them and you headbutt them and you go them against the wall. And there you go. You're done.
No, look at this stage.
Oh, spaceship. Oh.
Yeah, the spaceship stage. That's the trademark in Battletoads. The trademark to Battletoads is that it switches the gameplay
Same
style.
game every time.
No.
Different system.
No, it's a space shooter in this one, in this stage, and it was a beat 'em up in the last one. That's cool to have on any kind of system.
I really hope you get hit
No,
here.
I'm not.
I really hope you do.
Let me concentrate.
Oh, it's going
No,
slightly
I'm-
faster.
No,
Slightly faster.
I'm a master at this. See,
That was it, man. That
Yeah.
was nothing, man. Battletoads. Here we go. Blast processing. Yeah, right. Number 3, Zen the Intergalactic Ninja. Now, what happens when you give Mega Man a stick and let him whack people with it? You get Zen. You can charge your shots, you can slide, you can do pretty much anything Mega Man can do, but better, in my opinion.
No. Mega Man, he's not better than Mega Man.
Yeah, he is,
He
man.
doesn't even have a save feature in the game.
Well, you have to. It does have a password system, but it's really simple, and that makes it okay in my
Simple.
opinion. Yeah, simple password system.
Okay.
And I mean, like if you want to go that far, like this game came out pretty early in the Game Boy's lifespan, so it's possible that it doesn't have a password system. But yeah, I mean, like you can pick bosses and choose which stage at your level. Like this is one of the bosses you can fight. The boss battles are really fun. You have the comic sections, a little bit of story there. And the bosses have patterns. If you look here, this is Chris playing. He sucks.
Oh.
Sucks at playing Zen.
Hey.
He can't get the pattern
Well,
down.
it's so hard.
Look at that.
I can't
Scrub.
play this game.
Scrub, man. Scrub my windshield. That's what you got. But this is the Garbage Man. And if you read the Zen comics, it kind of has like a Save the Planet feel to it. And the game does too. And like you're finding a Garbage Man here. And there's a lot of mini games too. So check it out.
Number 2, Pokemon Yellow.
Yeah, now if you're a Game Boy fan, then this game is the one that you're gonna have to get. Pokemon. Who could argue with Pokemon?
Oh, I could argue with Pokemon because, for one, you can't catch them all. For 2,
have friends.
it's too darn easy.
Yeah.
For 3, what the heck is up with Pikachu in this one? I mean, this is the reason.
That's why Pokemon Yellow is the best one, because the little Pokemon follows you around.
Like a Tamagotchi doll.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Tamagotchi dolls, right?
Tamagotchi?
I don't know what the hell it's called.
Okay, but anyways, those are my 3 reasons.
But man, you can catch, I mean, it's addicting, you have to admit. It's kind of addicting to catch the Pokemon, thinking that you can catch them all. But I mean, yeah, you kind of can't unless you have like a friend who has a different version of the game. And,
That's stupid. They did that with Card Fighters too for Neo Geo Pocket Color.
yeah, I mean, Pokemon's a little bit more popular than that game, but yeah. I mean, the battle system, what about the paper, rock, scissors thing? That's kind of...
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And I do like the fact that, it's more like the anime than the others were.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why, I mean, this game got re-released on 3DS and it sold really well again. So that should tell us something about the longevity of it. All right.
I'm against re-releases. Especially if it's for like Game Boy, because it's just,
That's Chris right now. That's his face. That's how he's looking at me right now.
you have to keep him happy. That's lame. Number 1, Wario Land. Super Mario Land 3.
Now, this game is the predecessor to 6 Golden Coins, and a lot of people don't realize that. This game is a more polished 6 Golden Coins. If they were to put Mario in this lead, then this game would be considered one of the greatest Game Boy games of all time. But it's a crime that it isn't. Just the different power-ups you can get, and the different hats. I mean, it's really unique. It really puts most Mario games to shame, in my opinion.
I have to agree with you on that. And after playing Mario 6 Golden Coins, I beat it in like a day. In this game, I think it takes several days, especially for a new player like me.
And there's a ton of replay value too. There's different endings, there's different treasures that you can collect. It takes like the collecting aspect and the platform. I mean, look at all these mini games you got. Now this one's pretty damn tough. But you can play a lot of mini games and get a lot more treasure that way. And the stages are really unique, and they're really polished. And if you look right here, there's me finally getting the damn thing right there. But yeah, and I mean, like 6 Golden Coins, and there's the stage again. But yeah, I mean, you have the classic Mario characters sometimes, and the different hats, and Wario could just do a lot more than Mario can, like butt slam, like that's pretty much it actually. But yeah, he can stick to the roof. And this is the boss battle. I mean, they're pretty similar to 6 Golden Coins, I would say, but it just has a different layer to it. And the story, you're fighting a group of pirates, and you're just fighting to claim this land. And Wario's just this greedy character that's just after a ton of money.
He's a jerk.
Yeah.
You play as a jerk.
You play as the villain from Six Golden Coins, and that's pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
So if you haven't played Wario Land, then check it out. And it's a lot better than its sequels.
So what are your favorite Game Boy games? Leave it in the comments below and tell us why they're your favorites and whatever.
Yeah, in case you haven't noticed, we kind of did this video off script. We're just kind of seeing how it goes. Pretty experimental, I would say.
Yeah, hopefully easy to edit.
Hopefully, yeah, we'll see. So yeah, if you want to see more video game content, go ahead and leave us a like and tell us some of your ideas. So from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for watching. This is Josh the Music Man,
And Chris the Pocket Master.
signing off.
Hydro Infinity, the perfect H2O.
I saw volleyball players playing and, they threw a bottle at me and they looked really good. So I decided to chug the whole water bottle down so I could look like them.
Man, Jimmy, you got skinny. What happened to you?
I'm drinking Hydro Infinity. All the athletes drink it.
Gee, can I have a drink?
Sure.
Hydro Infinity, the perfect H2O.
see my head to my knees saying, forgive me, but you're not around to watch me bleed. No one's around to hear me sing. All my dreams to watch me bleed. Scuttlebutt, I will sing all your dreams. I will bleed life from me. Yeah, yeah. I've seen better days, but they were so long ago. Now my memories are mixed, restitched, devoured by decay. I don't know my name, my face is mudded with other names. I don't care to breathe anymore, 'cause I'm already dead. At least that's what they said. I can feel in my head if I make believe, then watch me sing. Sit with me, drink with me, cheer for me. Hear me sing, sing with me to better days. I want to play, make believe. I want to hear you scream all my name. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Take a look at what became of you. Trap a cage within a cage. Take your lies and throw them all away. Stop by me along the way and break your own heart. To live, to follow, abide by the stone. A cry becomes a laugh and a smile. It's time to try to song for someone else.
There's never silence in these songs, even if no one hears my falls. If I can get someone out to hear my broken bird of a voice, raise your glass and smile bright until your glass is empty. Make me live the shattered dreams and never wake up. Cheer for me. Hear me sing, sing with me. To better days, I want to be, make my life.
Where's the bread, Josh?
Oh, you're gonna have to come and get it.
Where's the bread? Come on, man, I'm gonna hit you. Do you even know how to use that sword? I used to play baseball before all this happened. I know how to use a bat. What?
This is your boss, and I want some macaroni and cheese, fresh from a bottle, squeezed from a can, and onto a plate. The plate must be ceramic, and I must enjoy every bit. Cheese and give me this. My macaroni and cheese. Now!
I'll be right there. You better thank God, or whoever you pray to, that I didn't kill you today. I'll be back.
You know, there's always time these days, and there's always a need to fill that time with gaming. Okay, let's see what game I should play. These are my 3 picks. When I was younger, I used to like fast-paced action games, but these days I'm more into RPGs, especially retro ones, where they don't tell you the full story, and most of it is left up to your imagination. So, what adventure should we get into today?
Let me in. There's something out here.
Sounds petrified. Whoa, whoa.
One of those things is out there. I swear to God, I saw him here. He's not there. Let me go back. Oh my God, it's the Obliterated.
They usually don't come out this far.
So what do we do now? Do we kill it?
We could wait it out. Maybe it'll get bored and run away. Yeah, just wait it out, you know, have a seat, wait a few minutes.
Fine. Still think we should just kill it.
You like adventures, Alfred?
I do.
Well, I got an adventure for you that's gonna challenge your own humanity.
How are you doing that?
Undertale. It was always one of those games that people told me that I should play. They would say, you like Earthbound, right? You'll probably like Undertale. Or, I see you really like retro games. Well, Undertale may be newish, but it's actually pretty much a retro game. Tons of people told me to check it out, so I finally did buy it, and there it sat on my computer untouched until today. It was mostly developed by a man named Toby Fox and is critically acclaimed, often earning perfect scores or close to perfect on various different review sites. The character Sans has become an icon in pop culture and even appears in the Smash Bros. Series as a costume. It's been released on just about most gaming platforms, and despite its retro appeal, has become popular with the younger generation. As the game boots, you get an old school intro to the story, and just by listening to the opening music, I already get Earthbound vibes. I mean, just listen to them side by side. Our main character climbs to the top of a mountain and falls into a new world. And what the heck is all this? Keyboard controls? That's not gonna do. And the only way to play a retro style game is with a retro style controller.
Hell yeah, modern gaming sucks.
See, I gotta name myself here, and thus our journey begins. You start in this walkway, and there's no music. It almost feels like one of those creepypasta games. First person you come across is this flower fella who teaches you how to play the game. Or not. You
gotta shoot him or something. Is there some way to attack?
You know, I don't think there is. Thankfully, a new character comes in and saves the day, and this is your true guide to the game. She introduces you to save points and the style of puzzles that you will see throughout the rest of the game. And she introduces you to the combat as well through this dummy, or at least I think she does. So we got fight, act, mercy, and there's an option to talk. Okay. So it looks like there's some enemies that don't want to kill you, but it looked like we can still earn EXP and gold.
Huh, so like if you don't kill them, you still earn them? Earn EXP? Right?
No. You then go to more rooms and get into some more battles. Now I'm walking to the end of the room and the music has changed. Oh, she was just behind the pillar. Testing my independence, I see. So then your guide, Toriel, gives you a cell phone and tells you to wait around for her to return. Okay, so I guess I'll do what I'm told. Here you can conversate with her by asking her info, flirting with her, and calling her mom.
Pick flirt, see what happens.
Okay.
Call her mom.
Calling her mom after I just flirted with her.
Mommy. It looks like one of those gal games. Flirt with her again.
Okay.
Oh man, you're not gonna get the good ending. There's no way.
After that, we go out to explore despite our guide telling us not to. We get into some more battles, solve some more puzzles, and then your guide asks if you like butterscotch or cinnamon. I guess it's cinnamon for me. Keep falling down these holes. Oh my god, is she bringing me a snack or something? Find your way around the holes, push some rocks. Oh, that's clever. You come across this Pac-Man looking ghost thing, and I guess you have to fight. Or we can try talking to it. We keep talking to it and it grows a top hat, and that's another way to defeat the enemy, I guess. And then we come across some frogs that tell you some more hints, and now we see what that mercy option is for. We keep going through this place and solve some more puzzles, and eventually we run into our guide again, and she takes you into her house. You know, she kind of reminds me of my own mother.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't trust her. She seems a little bit too nice. Now remember what that flower told you. It's kill or be killed.
We snoop around the house to this nice calming song, and the house is pretty interactive, and there's a lot in here that can tell you about the Toriel character and the lore of the game itself. We eventually get to a point where our character wants to learn how to get home, and our guide doesn't want us to leave the ruins. But since we're persistent, she begins to test you in battle. Alright, our first boss battle, let's go. Alright, so though the battle system looks like it would resemble Earthbound, it's anything but. There's timing involved and little mini games where you have to maneuver this heart thing to dodge obstacles. It's an action element that I have never felt in an RPG, probably ever.
I think you just killed her.
Yeah, I think I did. Usually in RPGs, when you fight someone who is going to be a good character, the battle usually ends with the opponent surviving. I guess I got caught up too in a moment and forgot about that mercy option. This flower reminds us that it's kill or be killed again, and we get our first glimpse into the outside world. So now this game is really something special, and I feel like everyone's experience is probably going to be different. The humor within the characters and the puzzles are quite unique, but it isn't the game mechanics that make this game unique, for me anyway. To me, what makes this game so unique is the way it makes me feel. That makes this game so mesmerizing. In old traditional RPGs, you're told vaguely what to do, and you kind of figure things out for yourself. In more modern games, you're sometimes told exactly what to do. But in this game, you're told what to do, but in different ways, and you start questioning whether or not you're doing things correctly. In more modern games, if you do something wrong, the game will start you back at a checkpoint. But in this game, it's like all the wrong choices you make, you take with you. For instance, I killed this enemy Doggo, and I didn't kill these enemies. And as I progressed, I came to a town where all of these enemies gathered, and they were actually wondering where Doggo was. And in that instance, this game actually kind of makes you feel like a murderer. Going through battles and using the mercy option, and you realize that using mercy doesn't give you any EXP. Guess you have to choose which enemies to kill, otherwise you won't get any EXP. The game doesn't really tell you though. Not to mention it's much harder to get the opponent to allow you to mercy them, so I guess I'll kill Pyapres, who is Sans' brother. I mean, his job is to kill me. Then you get this part where you're being chased by this scary looking thing. You eventually fight them, and it's a pretty tough battle. And yeah, we better kill this enemy if we want any of that EXP. You time your attacks, and you try not to die. And of course, the game makes you feel really evil for going this route.
Got what she deserved.
The shops in this game are pretty cool. There's something about the shops that just remind me of old anime from the 90s, and I'm not entirely sure why. There's even a little side story that you can go through with two of the shopkeepers, and it's a whole lot of fun. Now I'm at this spider boss who is as tough as nails, and it's like all these bosses are their own game. And it looks like the enemies can spare you too, so I guess I'll have to take it. Now I'm in the middle of a musical, and I don't know why, but I really like these puzzles. They're pretty simple, but pretty unique. Alright, fighting this robot again, and he's probably the most annoying enemy in the game. You have to find a way to turn him around, and then he turns into Michael Jackson. And I mean, my god, look at this shit. You know, they try to make me feel bad about these murders, but I really just don't. I'm trying to defend myself. After we kill the robot, we go into the final stretch of the game, and there's no music until you get back to the house from which you came. This time, every time you get into a battle, the enemies explain more of the backstory, and you get to this part where you bump into a familiar face.
Didn't you just kill his brother?
Oh yeah. Here he judges you and reveals what EXP and level actually mean. Execution points, which is clever. He lets the player sit in silence for a bit and... yeah. After Sans scares you, you get into the final battle with Asgore. Alright, so he ain't doing nothing.
Eat your junk food.
I'm gonna eat the junk food. I got to heal, I gotta dodge these things.
Watch out. Oh, you got hit. Man, you suck.
I'm trying to dodge them.
Oh my god.
Okay. Jeez. And
Hit it.
time in the middle, that's why you take the most damage.
Well, hopefully there's no delay on that SNES controller. Yeah. Dodge the hearts. What are you doing?
You dodge some of them, but you stay still for the, I think the blue ones. Yeah, I think
The
that's
blue ones.
yeah.
Watch
These
out for
all these
those
guys I
little
got.
fires.
Jesus.
Oh my god. That was great. Snow peas.
Yeah, so I recovered more health.
Oh.
Super.
Oh, dude.
Jeez.
You're not doing so... Okay, yeah. Oh,
I'm
no.
doing pretty good. I'm doing
No.
pretty good.
I hit it.
Let's get some time in the
There you
center.
go.
See, every weapon's different.
Hit the fucking button, man.
Jeez.
Move it to the side.
you're
Move it to the
killing
side.
me.
No, I'm helping you. You saw that? You evaded it because of me.
Oh my god, Alfred. Okay, see this? I gotta this one more time. Okay, I got him. He's done.
Is he? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's on the team.
Alright. Very good. Very good. You did it.
Thank you.
I mean, besides the whole evading thing, you can't do that.
I
shit.
beat him.
Well, you can't evade. It's clear.
You know, when I see the screen, I can already tell this game's gonna have multiple endings. And what most gamers do is they go online and they look up what's the best ending or which one they should pick. But, you know, that kind of ruins the surprise. So, Alfred, which one should I pick?
Kill him. Kill the guy.
Well, that's weird. I guess the game restarted. I guess let me reload my file. Flower comes back and he reveals that he's taken the human souls, and we get transported to the real final battle.
That's the fucking devil, man.
After losing, the game resets itself and you have to reload the game, and you're kind of stuck in the loop of fighting the flower over and over. But if you're persistent enough, you eventually start making headway and start doing more damage. And then you eventually defeat the flower. And oh boy, we get this choice again. I'll go with Mercy, since me killing everything hasn't exactly gotten me anything good. Oh, he won't let you. After you kill the flower, the credits roll, and Sans calls you, just like Revolver Ocelot, and tells you to go to hell, and that is the end of the game. Now, another thing people do with these types of games is reload the file and choose the different choice, and so I did that. I rebeat Asgore, and the flower came back telling me that if I try to get a happy ending, he will take it away, credits roll, and Sans tells you to go to hell. Now, even though I beat the game, there are more endings that you can have. Apparently there are 2 true endings, and the one I got was somewhere in the middle, since I killed some characters and spared others. Even though I beat the game will always remember what I did on this particular save file, and I would have to continue replaying the game to unlock different endings, which I will probably be doing in the future. And it's kind of crazy to think that even on those other save files, the game will still remember what I did on this save file. Now, Undertale is something truly special, and I think its retro appearance makes the things that happen in the game even more unexpected. The characters have that same Earthbound charm, which was inspired by the Peanuts series, and the gameplay is pretty addicting, as bad as it is to kill things in here. I assume that if different people go through the game, each one will have a different experience. For instance, if someone played this game and didn't know much about RPGs, they probably wouldn't kill as many enemies as I did. All in all, I can see why this game earned so many perfect scores. So Alfred, what did you think of the game?
It's creepy. It's disturbing. It reminds me of me. I don't like that.
So Alfred, what do you want to do? You want to wait around a bit more, or?
I mean, let's see what these 3 games you have here. You have a freaking Neo Geo game. Dude, where'd you get that? I sure as hell didn't sell that to you.
I bought it from you.
Well, I don't remember having that. You probably stole it.
You told me it was a VHS.
Oh, shit. Shit. It's been 2 whole minutes and he's still there. I'm telling you, time is different for these fuckers.
I don't know, maybe we should just talk to it.
Don't worry, man. I got your back.
Excuse me, do you need any help?
I just wanted to show you all my Pokemon card collection. You see, I got all the starters and all their evolutions. There's the Charmander. And if I flip to this page, I got the trainer cards. There's the Magmar. And if I flip to this page, you see I got some really, really rare Pokemon soccer ball player cards. And that's what I wanted to show you, my Pokemon card collection. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Gotta hand it to you, Josh. You handled that pretty good. Learned a lot today. So, we good, Alfred? No.
I'm gonna stick this up your ass, Alfred.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
industry are pretty stupid and bland. Takes 5 people to write a song about fucking sex. Same old shit, same old shit. I wish popular music would be more about something meaningful. Therefore, more people would actually listen to every aspect of a song. Not like it is today, a word of torture. That's reality. That's reality, baby. That's reality. Instead, the druggies are famous, the woman beaters are famous, and here you are listening to this shit over and over and over without a fucking dot in your mind. Open your mind.
Gather up, my frantic mind, my vessel, silent night. Go beyond me as I press my petals, quiet night. legs outrun the troubles that look for us. Violent night, hang on to our motions in the car ride. Darkened night, waiting for friends to forget all about us and understand our escape, making on our rise to remain alive. And it feels so right, and it feels so right, and I feel my light shining through me, and I feel so right, and I feel so right, and I feel my light shining through me. You say I won't, but I will. The radio lets me hear. I remember the kisses that all felt so real, thinking that all I had to do was everything that so pleased her. Nothing else was so ever clear. We would cut paintings on our clothes, knowing forever would be near. No worry at all. Then one night I caught her with her clothes off, wrapped in lust, worried and confused. I shut the world off, let it go, and it feels so right, and it feels so right, and I feel my light shining through me, and I feel so right, and I feel so right, and I feel my light flashing through me.
Have you ever heard of Ryuichi Sakamoto? That's right, it's time for some more Japanese musician talk. Today's focus will be on one of the greatest musicians slash composers of all time, Ryuichi Sakamoto. This man has been one of the main inspirations for me and many other composers around the world. Even though you may not have heard of him, you more than likely have heard his music. Sometimes I'll be watching a movie and one of his songs will just creep in even though he's not the main composer of the movie. Also in pop songs, anime, and of course, if you play Dreamcast, you've heard his sound logo on the opening screen. Now before I go on, let me warn you, you will not hear any of his music in my video unless it's MIDI. Why? Record studios take down videos with their music in them. Doesn't matter about fair use, it doesn't matter if I post a fair use copyright law in the description, they'll take it down. Yeah, some people get away with it, but I never do. So let's just leave it at that. Let me start by telling you how I got into Ryuichi Sakamoto. It was my senior year of high school, and I was getting into the Dreamcast system. Pirated Dreamcast discs were going around at my school for some weird reason. People knew that I was a weird kid who was into classical music and soundtracks, so they recommended me a game called LOL, saying that a famous composer helped make the entire concept of the game, and of course made the music. By most people's standards, LOL isn't a good game, but it took me away from the rest of the world. It's a game about a creature going through the stages of evolution while another civilization is taking over its planet. To me, it was a truly remarkable game. The sound effects and the music were presented so differently than anything I'd ever seen before. I remember I would often listen to the soundtrack on YouTube over and over again. That's what got me into Ryuichi Sakamoto. From there, I watched 2 of his movies, Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence and The Last Emperor, both of which he made the music for and both of which he acted in. Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence is actually considered his most popular song, but as far as movies go, I prefer The Last Emperor. It was pretty intense, and yes, he won awards for both of them. He has another movie called The Sheltering Sky. I've never seen the movie, but the soundtrack was amazing. That's the case with many of his movies. Since I'm in the United States and a lot of his movies are foreign, I can't exactly watch them without getting off my ass and buying it online, or pirating it. But pirating is bad, so don't do it. I have heard many of their soundtracks. One that stands out is Tony Takanini, I think that's how you pronounce it, which has some of the saddest music I've ever heard. You can't talk about Ryuichi Sakamoto without talking about his band, the Yellow Magic Orchestra. Unlike Sakamoto's solo work, the Yellow Magic Orchestra has actually played in the United States. They even played on Soul Train of all places. Now I'll be honest, I've heard his solo work way more than I've heard his band, but I have to say that his band is really creative. I've seen some of their stuff on YouTube and it's pretty out there. There's a whole lot of material to cover about the Yellow Magic Orchestra that I'll probably save it for another episode. Now there are 2 sides of Ryuichi Sakamoto, a classical side and an electric side, and then there are some times where he just mixes them up. Albums like Chasm are him experimenting with electric sounds like frequencies and whatnot. When it comes to his solo CDs, I can't really pick a favorite, but if you like easy listening songs like pop or rock, then Sweet Revenge is a nice album to listen to. Smoochie is also good to listen to as well. For me as a listener, I enjoy his classical sounding material more. One of my favorite pieces is the piece he wrote for the 1992 Barcelona Olympics, titled El Mar Mediterraneo. I can't pronounce it, probably. One of my favorite acts from him is when he plays with this trio, which contains piano, violin, and cello. And yes, he is on piano. There's something that's just personal when you see him play his own music on the piano. He also composes solo piano pieces that are sweet and easy to play. He even posts some of his sheet music for free on his website, or at least he used to. Like I've mentioned before, tons of people have sampled his band's music and his own music, from small computer game makers to Jennifer Lopez. Other Japanese sensations like Utada Hikaru have also sampled his popular songs. There's so much sampling going on with his music that Wikipedia can't even keep up with it, like how Trey Songz sampled one. There wasn't even any mention about it for a long while. You know, I studied music in college, and I had a class that went through history's composers from past to present. There were a ton of composers in there, but guess who wasn't in there? That's right, Ryuichi Sakamoto. Neither was Nobuo Uematsu or Yoko Kanno. They weren't anywhere in the textbook, and I know what you're thinking. Well, they probably just didn't have room for them. But the composer for Legally Blonde was even in there. Ryuichi Sakamoto wrote for the Olympics, for crying out loud. In fact, the only Asians that were even in the book were Chinese, like Yo-Yo Ma and Lang Lang. So I guess the textbook companies favor China and therefore ignore anything Japanese. But that's another story for later. There is no doubt that Ryuichi Sakamoto is a wonderful composer. Here are my 5 recommendations for songs. All of his stuff is probably on YouTube in some way, shape, or form. I'll also leave a link to where you can buy some of his music in the description box below. Recently, he recovered from a long hiatus due to him being diagnosed with throat cancer, but now he's slowly getting back into composing music. So, have you ever heard of Ryuichi Sakamoto? Or are you willing to look him up? Leave it in the comments below. Also, if you have any other band or musical artist you want me to check out, leave that in the comments below too. I'm thinking of starting a first impressions video, where people tell me an artist or a band and I check them out and tell you my first impressions. Anyways, thanks for watching. This is Game Analyzer, signing off. Well, hello there, guys and gals. Do you ever just stare into blank space and reminisce about the past? Those days where you didn't have to worry about school or work. Those carefree days where you can dream all you wanted to without any harsh repercussions. I don't know why, but recently I started thinking about those days. The Dreamcast is my favorite system of all time, but why? Not only does it have my favorite games of all time, it reminds me of a time where I was first experiencing them. You see, I was pretty young when I got my Dreamcast, and as a result, my standards for video games were non-existent. Sure, I played Super Nintendo, N64, Genesis, but never as in depth as I played the Dreamcast. It was the Dreamcast that actually got me into video games hardcore. When thinking back, I always pondered on what made me and my brothers buy the Dreamcast in the first place. Our starter system was an NES, then we got a Super Nintendo, then an N64 and PlayStation. Our Genesis came way later after the Dreamcast. But yeah, we never owned a Sega Saturn or Master System or anything Sega related. The only Sega system we did own at the time was the Game Gear. So what made us get the Dreamcast? Well, believe it or not, it was actually SNK that pressured us into buying a Dreamcast. We first discovered SNK by getting the Neo Geo Pocket, which was pretty cheap at the time due to its quote-unquote failure, but it was really a great system. We bought a game called SNK vs Capcom Match of the Millennium due to the fact that it had Street Fighter characters in it. It blew our minds. A handheld Street Fighter game that played good? Yes, the game really lives beyond its hype, earning 10 out of 10s on most reviews. We found out that there would be a Capcom vs SNK game on a system called the Dreamcast. We were huge fans of the crossover fighting games. X-Men vs Street Fighter and Marvel Superheroes vs Street Fighter were widely played on our PlayStation. So we were also pretty excited for Marvel vs Capcom as well, and it was also coming out for the Dreamcast. There was always this big debate on which game would be better, Marvel vs Capcom or Capcom vs SNK. But it really didn't matter. We weren't going to wait for the PS2 and GameCube, we were getting the Dreamcast. The next thing I know, we're getting Dreamcast Magazine. Now, back in the day, we were subscribed to a few gaming magazines like Game Informer, and Dreamcast was being hyped pretty well. I remember when we found out about Shenmue. It seemed like a game that everyone had to play. The whole free experience and reality of it was something that our young minds couldn't yet wrap our heads around. When we finally got the Dreamcast, life was pretty damn good. I have this memory of me and my other two brothers camping out in our dining room. I don't know what it was all about, but we set up a tent inside of the house and just hung out in the dining room. We were probably planning to do it outside, but it must have rained or something. I remember sitting there playing Third Strike Street Fighter for hours upon hours and staying out really late. Of course, Capcom vs SNK was a game we played the hell out of. We bought the guide and actually studied the characters we were playing. I actually attempted to make a guide on how to beat my brother's characters. He'd pick that Terry Bogard, and Chris would pick Kim, and I would try to figure out how to beat them. And with that, you can probably tell that I am the youngest out of the three. But man, I remember buying Shenmue and watching it be played for the first time. I remember how psyched we were the first time at its graphics. Once we beat Shenmue, we'd start it all over again and again. I have a funny memory about Shenmue. One day we were on a long road trip and we brought the Dreamcast and a small TV to play it in the car, and it actually worked. It was in black and white too, and it was pretty funny to see it on there. I remember my parents overhearing the game and Rio said, "I can't read Chinese." My mother was like, "Aren't they Chinese?" It was pretty funny. I mean, to her defense, all she had to go by was the Chinese violins in the theme. Marca Garu was another game I have fond memories of. This is a game that really doesn't get the attention it deserves, but I remember us hunting down this game for a full day until finally finding a copy. I still remember the color of the sky, and man, I swear it's real life poetry, because that same sky appears throughout the game in its endings. Whenever I play Marca Garu, I'm transported back in time. Another thing about the Dreamcast was that we kept playing it forever. There was always systems we kind of stopped playing. Like, you know, the Super Nintendo doesn't get hooked up much anymore, and neither does the Xbox that we have. But I've never seemed to stop playing Dreamcast. Sometimes I still pick up games that I didn't experience during that time, like Choo Choo Rocket or Space Channel 5. Skies of Arcadia was one of those games. I played that I think when I got out of high school, which is another part of my life that I miss. I remember Chris and I would get done with our day, and then at night I'd turn on Skies of Arcadia and he'd watch me play it. The ship battles and the music in that game was top notch. I remember when I first started this talk show, I really wanted to do an episode on Skies of Arcadia, but I wanted to replay it all over again before I did. And unfortunately I never had the time to do that, but maybe I will in the future. LOL was another game I played when I was older. It was the introduction to probably my favorite composer of all time, Ryuichi Sakamoto. I made a whole video on that guy. A lot of people complain on my top fighting games that I should have picked Virtua Fighter 5 instead of 4. But after playing them and the other Virtua Fighters, I should have picked 3TB. I barely picked that one up and I find it really addicting. There's just something about it that just makes me feel at home. I could go on and on about the Dreamcast and how it's still creating memories for me till this day. For me, it accomplishes what many systems can't. It's timeless and it's still hooked up to this day. In fact, I have a tradition of playing Shenmue every year around Christmas time. And there's always new things that happen in that game that I've never seen before. Seriously, like I've played that game about like 50 times and I just barely saw this cutscene with Fuku-san. How do you unlock it? By running in a circle for a Shenmue day in the attic while looking for the Phoenix Mirror. That's some pretty cryptic shit. Yeah, games like Power Stone, Sonic Adventure, the amount of memories I have of the system are endless. Our first Dreamcast unfortunately bit the dust, like it couldn't read the discs and it wouldn't turn on. But our second Dreamcast has been working for like probably over 10 years. So what are some of your memories of the Dreamcast? What introduced you to the system? Leave it in the comments below, and if you haven't played Dreamcast, you should totally pick one up. They go for like around $50 at video game stores. But yeah, seriously guys, share your stories. I'm feeling pretty nostalgic right now. Anyways guys, I hope you all are having a good life, and if things are tough, just remember that you are tougher. This is Game Analyzer, signing off.
Turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Take your photographs and still frames of your mind. Hang them on the shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces. Bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my face, I wanna drown my sorrows. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And I feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. See right through me, see right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarge in your world. Mad world.
Hello and welcome to another Pocket Talk. This is Chris the Pocket Master and I'm here to talk about a game on the Game Gear titled Zenki, or Kishin Doji Zenki. Here we go. Unfortunately, this game was only released in Japan, so Americans never had a chance to play it until emulators became popular. However, I was fortunate enough to play it in 2001 when I was in junior high. I had a friend who saw my interest in Game Gear games, and he asked if I wanted all of his Game Gear games for $10. I instantly said yes and received like 5 games. One of them was surprisingly Zenki. Zenki was the first imported game I got, so I was unaware of how imported games looked, especially imported Game Gear games. When I turned it on and played it, it was instantly the best Game Gear game I have ever played. Years later, I still think it's the best. I could safely say that because I played most of the Game Gear's library. I do not know much about Zenki and the anime itself, because I only watched the first few episodes. All I know is that these seeds of evil possess people into doing things they think of doing but never do because they're either immoral or just plain creepy. Once these seeds of evil came out of nowhere, a little girl named Chiaki had to summon Zenki to save the day. Zenki first appears as this little boy who is useless in fighting these beings that the seeds of evil spawn out, but then Chiaki does this summoning thing that turns kid Zenki into manly Zenki. To summarize the story of the anime, Zenki was a demon god who was controlled by this guy named Azunu to stop another demon goddess named Karuma. After that demon was stopped, Azuno sealed away Zenki until he was needed again. Hundreds of years later, Chiaki, who is the descendant of Ozuno, unlocked Zenki because he was needed again due to the demon goddess Karuma being freed, along with the seeds of evil. Anyways, Zenki for Game Gear is a platforming game similar to Sonic or Mario. However, it switches its style when you fight bosses. Like I mentioned in our top 10 Game Gear games of all time, you get to select from 2 characters. The first character you can pick is Little Zenki. When you pick him, the gameplay is similar to Sonic. Zenki is very fast and you can easily fall in a hole if you're not careful. He could get into some areas that require the player to go into smaller areas. Chiaki is the second character you can pick. She is a lot slower than Zenki, but she could shoot magic such as fire, ice, and this electric ball thingy that may look useless, but it has an important use. The fire can destroy all the enemies on the screen and melt ice. The ice magic can cool down fire and those fire rocks running around. And the electric ball things can kill those walls with the eyes in them. The boss fights forces you to pick Zenki because Chiaki summons or turns the kid Zenki into adult Zenki. After you beat a boss in the game, they turn into a seed of evil that Zenki takes. In the anime, he can smell these seeds and he wants to eat them. It was a perfect element from the anime they converted into the game. During the boss battles, Zenki can shoot magic such as wind, lightning, fire, and this charging thing that Zenki can use, but it's risky, but very cool. Later in the game, Zenki can throw axes, which you will need to destroy the final boss. After you beat a stage, you will see this overhead map similar to Mario Brothers. You will have a choice to go back to a stage if you're missing something. When I first played the game, I didn't see why I would have to go back to the stage until I got to a point in the game where I couldn't progress. I didn't know what to do until I had bought a PSP. Like everyone else who had bought a PSP, I hacked it and played all of my old school portable games. I was able to save state where I had trouble in Zenki, and I looked for help. Unfortunately, at the time, no one really talked about this game online, so I had to rely on a friend who knew how to speak and read Japanese. They had told me that I needed to collect these Goki seals or something like that. From there on out, I knew I had to go back to the stages and find these items. The Goki items are actually shown in the overhead world map. Normally the stages have pentagram symbols on them, but when Zenki becomes an unplayable character, you will see different symbols on the stages. These are the Goki seals, and in each stage that has these various symbols, you have to find them in the stage. Once you find these Goki items, the pentagram symbol will come back on the stage. Within the stages, the Goki items are found within ice, behind walls with eyes, behind a tree trunk, and beyond fire past the cave. Only Chiaki could obtain these objects because she could use magic to get past all of these obstacles. It was pretty crazy when Zenki was no longer a playable character, and you had to find the Goki items with Chiaki in order to restore Zenki's kid form and adult form. After you find the Goki things, there isn't much left to do in the game. You could power Zenki up by picking Kid Zenki and accessing those smaller areas to access or unlock secret stages. At the end of these stages, you fight these weird seeds of evil spider things that are really easy. After you beat them, your overall health increases by 1 or 2 bars. The final boss isn't too hard either. Once you get the pattern down, you can beat them. And after you beat the final boss, the game ends with the credits right away. Well, that was Zenki for Game Gear. It was a very unique game for me to play. It would be even better if it was translated, or you know what, even better, if someone could teach me how to read Japanese text. Despite not being able to understand the story or anything, Zenki is the best Game Gear game ever made. If you disagree with me, then you are wrong, because I'm the Pocket Master. Thanks for watching.
Phoenix Splash TV. Hello Kitty. I love Hello Kitty. I mean, just look at the cat. She's got emotionless eyes, no mouth, and a bow. Hello Kitty is probably one of the most popular characters in fiction, and of course, she's made her way on multiple platforms, TV shows, movies, and of course, video games. There's a ton of talk when it comes to Hello Kitty, and I could go on all day about the conspiracies, mayhem, and torture involved with this cat. But today, I'm going to talk about Hello Kitty's NES games. NES games? Yeah, Hello Kitty has come out quite a bit on the system. Now granted, they were only released in Japan, so if you were a little girl in America, you had to stick with Barbie and her penisless boyfriend Ken. But nonetheless, here they are. The two big ones are Hello Kitty no Hanabatake, I believe, which translates to Hello Kitty's Flower Shop, and Hello Kitty World, which translates to Hello Kitty World. The Flower Shop game is just what you might expect, Hello Kitty watering flowers, but it's not NES unless something is trying to kill you, right? You have beach balls, snails, and squirrels all trying to sabotage Hello Kitty's small business, somebody called Linda McMahon. In order to pass the stage, you have to water all the plants by pressing down. It can get pretty monotonous, but I feel like the game makes up for that with its level design and mechanics. The time limit is also an issue. Hello Kitty has only so much time to water these plants. There are some power-ups that appear after you've watered a plant. The strawberry acts like the star in Mario Brothers, which makes you invincible and kill everything when you touch them. And you have an orange that stuns all the enemies so that you can water your flowers in peace, and an apple. Just an apple, doesn't really do much. Aside from fruit, you have this mallet that you can whack enemies with. Also, since time is such an issue, you can also whack the platforms to make them change directions. And if you don't want to do anything, Hello Kitty will just start reading a book. Never really got too far into this game because it gets pretty difficult. I found the music to be pretty good though. All in all, it's an okay game. If you're a masochist and into hard NES games, this one might interest you. Hello Kitty World. Now when it comes to NES and Hello Kitty, this one is probably the most popular. It's essentially a Game Boy game called Balloon Kid, but made on NES and starring Hello Kitty. I've never played Balloon Kid, but I have played Hello Kitty World quite a bit, and that's because it's a good game, a damn good game. I always like Balloon Trip mode in Balloon Fight. This is essentially that, but with stages and Hello Kitty. The plot revolves around you saving this bear named Tippy. As far as I know, that seems to be Hello Kitty's love interest. It used to be someone named Dear Daniel, but Dear Daniel went to Africa, and Hello Kitty ain't waiting around for him to come back. That's literally the story on the web. The gameplay is what you would expect from a balloon fight game. You fly on your balloons, you can release them and walk on foot, and pump up to make more balloons. Of course, the biggest difference that you get with this from most platforming games is the fact that every level is auto-scrolled. I know some people hate auto-scroll levels in platforming games, but that's pretty much what I'd expect from a balloon fight game, and it makes it much more challenging. There's a power-up that makes you invincible, much like the other Hello Kitty game, and the music is pretty damn good once again. The game makes you use your brain, since as an auto-scroller you have to think pretty quickly. The game is hard, but not as hard as the Flower Shop game. You have infinite continues, but you need to save all your lives for that last stage. Trust me. The bosses are another highlight of this game. They're not too hard, well except for that damn crawfish thingy and the final boss. But I found most of the bosses to be pretty fun. There's also a neat little bonus game. Hey, recognize this song? That's right, ripped straight off the Nintendo World Championships. Not only is Hello Kitty not loyal to Dear Daniel, but she's a thief too. There's a bit of an argument going on about this game. Some people believe that you're actually playing as Mimi, Hello Kitty's sister, rather than Hello Kitty herself. They say that Hello Kitty is actually the second player. This is because Hello Kitty usually wears pink rather than blue. But if you look at the bows, Hello Kitty wears her bow on her left ear, while Mimi wears it on her right. The cat first player plays as wears her bow on the left ear, indicating that Hello Kitty is the first player. Glad I got that out of the way. There's still that annoying ass sound effect from Balloon Fight in here. There, just shut that crap up. I found myself playing this game quite a bit and was even able to beat it at one point or another. Of course, I beat it after shooting the footage, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it. Like I mentioned before, this game really makes you use your head, and if you get to that final level, make sure you have a ton of lives, because you will be dying a lot. Now, most people think that there are only 2 Hello Kitty games on the NES, but in actuality, there's 4. That's right, Hello Kitty comes out in a game called Sanrio Cup and another game called Sanrio Carnival 2. Now, what the hell is Sanrio and why does it have Hello Kitty in it? Well, that's the name of the company that made Hello Kitty. They've also made other characters like the frog, the boy, the dog, and My Melody. In Sanrio Cup, they've all entered a volleyball kind of tournament to see which one has what it takes. You can pick between the frog, the boy, the dog, and Hello Kitty. The game itself is pretty fun, but I think it's funner if you're playing against a human player. There is some strategy to it too. Believe it or not, it can get pretty competitive. You can also do 2-on-2, kind of like doubles in tennis. Come to think of it, the rules are pretty much like tennis. There's also another mode where you can play Foursquare with the 4 characters. It's like I'm back in kindergarten. All in all, it's a pretty fun game. So grab an emulator and try it out. Now for Sanrio Carnival 2. This one is kind of a bonus because you don't really get to play as Hello Kitty, or when you do, it's against your will. It's essentially a puzzle game filled with Sanrio characters, and a unique one at that. I'm not the biggest fan of these kinds of games, but it seems pretty decent. The thing that perplexes me the most is the fact that it's called Sanrio Carnival 2. Is there a first one? Well, to my knowledge, there doesn't seem to be. And there doesn't seem to be much information on the game itself. Do you know the mysteries of Sanrio Carnival 2? Well, if you do, let me know, because no one else does. Well, those were Hello Kitty games on the NES. Believe it or not, there are a ton of Hello Kitty related video games. You'd almost think that she was a superhero. Not only did she get more NES games than Spider-Man, she got better ones, in my opinion. Hello Kitty World takes the prize for being the best NES Hello Kitty game. So if you're a Hello Kitty fan, or just want to play as a character more emotionless than Jason Voorhees, give the NES Hello Kitty games a try. Well, thanks for watching. If you liked the video, make sure to give it a thumbs up, a share, and a comment. In fact, if you know a YouTuber that doesn't upload their stuff every day and does it like only once in a while or once a week, then be sure to comment and share it somewhere. Hello Kitty's flower shop isn't the only business the man is after. YouTube has changed to favor people who upload every day, pretty much to help people like Jimmy Kimmel out. So be sure to share this video and any of your favorite YouTubers' videos. And again, thanks for watching. Really means a lot. Anyways guys, this is Game Analyzer, signing off.
Phoenix Splash TV. It's no surprise that Shenmue is my favorite game of all time. It's funny how a game with so many different opinions can reach to the top of my list of favorite games. I was going through the internet one day trying to find out why it is people hate this game, but came to a very important question. Why the hell do I like it? You'll often hear that there are two kinds of gamers, ones that prefer fast-paced action games and the ones that are patient and appreciate RPGs. But I also like fast-paced action games. So why is it that Shenmue still rises above games like Street Fighter Third Strike, Virtua Fighter, and Grand Theft Auto? Well, I think I know the answer now. You have to go to its creator, Yu Suzuki, the only video game creator I know that doesn't really like video games. This has been confirmed in countless interviews. He doesn't make games. Look at it this way, Outrun wasn't a game, but games became Outrun. How many car cabinets do you see that followed suit? The same could be said about many of his games, but Virtua Fighter is the big one, I think. Look at any 3D fighting game and it's basically just a variation of Virtua Fighter. Each one has a Hakioken character, a Jeet Kune Do character, and a wrestler, etc. Many share the same moves from Virtua Fighters. Just look at Wolf and King, Law and Jackie. It's actually more of a ripoff than when SNK made 2D fighting games and people called those ripoffs of Street Fighter 2. I think Virtua Fighter is probably his most influential creation. Like I said before, Yu Suzuki could care less about what's popular. He just innovates, and as a creator, it's a responsibility to break ground and create innovations. I'm looking at you, music industry. Does Shenmue do this? Of course, it implemented QTE during long cutscenes, which many games followed suit, and it had many genres within the game other than just one. It's the most freestyle game I've played till this day. Did it have followers? Many argue that without Shenmue there would be no Grand Theft Auto games in the style that we see them today. Shenmue basically said, okay, we're in the real world, there's a phone, you can use it, there's a toy machine, you can buy toys, you can look at fruit, and on top of all of that, it had an intense fighting system that I thought was pretty cool. I really don't know what everyone else is smoking. Shenmue's biggest critique is the fact that it is slow-paced. Within Shenmue, you have to do many mundane tasks like the forklift and airing out books. But what if I told you there was a game that has more mundane tasks than Shenmue and is still praised more? That game is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I recently played the game and came to a conclusion that Shenmue has aged so much better. Now don't get me wrong, I like the game, but man, the missions are so boring. You have to drive long distances, often with barely any obstacles, just to kill a person. And that's it, that's a mission. That progresses the story. You get a toy plane, you have to shoot a bunch of cars and again shoot people. And the plane has terrible controls. And, you know, there are some good missions, but most of them are pretty boring. The main focus of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is the open world. You can buy soda, play arcades, learn new martial arts, you know, like in Shenmue. You can also do all kinds of odd jobs, like become a taxi driver or ambulance driver. You can do a lot in Grand Theft Auto, more than you can do in Shenmue. But there's one thing I noticed about all of these activities. They're all extremely simplistic. The jobs pay so little that you actually make more money just killing random people. The arcades are nowhere near as fun as Shenmue's, but you can't blame Rockstar for that. The missions are terrible. The only thing that's fun in Grand Theft Auto is screwing around. You can make the main character look hilarious, but you have to do the missions to advance to new areas. After replaying both games, I came to a conclusion that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is slower paced than Shenmue. I know, it's pretty wacky. Not to mention, when you fail a mission, you have to go all the way back to where the mission began, all because your target got out of sight. And many of these missions make you go really far. Sure, you can kill random people, but that gets pretty boring quickly nowadays. In Shenmue, all of its features are done with care. Everything feels polished. There aren't any glitches that you constantly run into. Sure, there are less things that you can do, but all the things that you can do are more realistic, authentic, and polished, and more innovative than San Andreas. I know many out there will disagree with that. But of course, Shenmue's graphics are way better too, and the argument against that is that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas' overworld is much bigger. But there are a lot of forest areas that have nothing in them other than a few ramps and some hidden weapons, while in Hong Kong it was completely crowded. But I digress, both are good games, so why was one treated way differently than the other? 2 words: sex and violence. When playing Shenmue, I can't really pinpoint what was the focus of the game. I would say the battle system, but apparently that's what Shenmue suffers from the most. But I think it's good that I can't pinpoint it. The game actually ages really well in comparison to other open world games made after it. Like I said before, everything in it was made with sincerity. The characters were amazing and the story was great. I think the main aspect of Shenmue I like the most is the replay value. It probably has the highest replay value I've ever seen in a video game. There are so many things to collect, the weather will change in the cutscenes, the choices you make will be different. For the longest time I thought you could only name the kitten Mimi, but found out years later that you can name the cat the other names as well. There's a Mr. Yukawa scene you can unlock, there's a part where you can make Ryo stay up past his bedtime all the way till 3 AM and see the late night stores close. You can train Ryo differently, you can have different conversations with different people at different times, it's crazy. Shenmue 2 has even more things within it, which is even crazier. These games were supposed to be a big part of a series, and yet all of this attention to details were put into it. Every time I play Shenmue 1 and 2, it's a different experience. I'll hear characters say things I've never heard them say before. I'll even see scenes I've never seen before. There are so many things within Shenmue that you can totally miss. You could even raise a duck by making them fall out of a tree. It's crazy. I think ultimately that's why it's the best game ever made. You can play it for years on end and still find new things within it. You can analyze the story and characters to endless measures. Did I even mention the music? It's breathtaking. It's one of the best gaming soundtracks you'll ever hear in a video game. To be honest, if it did end at 2, it would have already given us more than most games give with tons of sequels. It's a masterpiece in my eyes. It's the little details that make it the most special. Ha, slow pace. I mean, is that really an insult? The Metal Gear Solid series has way more cutscenes than Shenmue, and those games get 10s all the time. So I'm sure it's not really fair to critique it like that, but that's just my opinion. You can hate Shenmue all you want and call Shenmue a bad game, but if it were truly a bad game, then there wouldn't be a huge fan base for it that successfully pledged for a sequel, and that's a fact. Shenmue 3 is going to be great. This isn't a developer that has released glitchy games. There aren't many glitches in Shenmue, and the ones that there are, you really have to try hard to get them. Not like San Andreas, where you have sex in a car with a prostitute and then realize, hey, there's an option to see what's happening in the car, and then you do, and they're just sitting there. That's pretty lazy. If Yu Suzuki made San Andreas, he would have showed the sex in the car. Now, what I'm trying to say is that Shenmue 3 is probably not going to have glitches right away at the start like most games that get released today. That's really terrible to see that every game that gets released has so many glitches. Like, how did they let that happen? And then they patch it up later. So, do you agree? Do you disagree? Am I completely wrong about San Andreas? Is that Bumblebee game better than Space Harrier? Leave it in the comments below. And don't forget to like/dislike, share, and subscribe. This is Game Analyzer, signing off.
Phoenix Splash TV. In the world of video game composition, you'll often be more familiar with a composition rather than a composer. I'm sure most people know the Super Mario Bros. Theme, but only a handful know that it was composed by Koji Kondo. Now when it comes to video games, I play a lot of them, so when it comes to most video game composers, I've heard just about all of them. But then comes a suggestion of someone whom I've never heard of, and whose music who, for the most part, I've never heard before either. Enter Motoi Sakuraba. I don't really know how to pronounce his name, but I'm trying. Now, with the exception of Super Smash Bros. Melee and Tales of Symphonia, I've never really been submerged into a game with his compositions, so I'm gonna consider this a first impression. That's right, I haven't done one of these in a while. So in my first impression videos, I scoured the internet and searched the top 5 songs by the artist. So let's take a look. The Valedictory Elegy. At least that's how I think you pronounce that. This song is from a game called Baten Kaitos Origins and found its way into Smash Bros. 4 as a stage song somehow. The arrangement I heard is from Smash 4, which I hear is more intense than the original version, and as you might have heard, it is pretty intense. Whomever the violinist is just killing it. Like, that all can't be one take, they probably had to switch out violins and stuff. Now, this was the first song that I picked up to listen to, and I have to say that the bar was raised pretty high. Overall, it's a really intense classical song with a drum set and violin lead. You can tell that it's well liked, seeing how the search results come up with how to unlock it in Smash 4. Overall, I like this song quite a bit. A Distant Journey. Now this one is from a little well-known Sega game called Shining Force 3. Now I've played the first Shining Force but never the third one. And now when I hear this song, I hear a style that's pretty familiar. It reminds me a lot about Nobuo Uematsu, the Final Fantasy composer. I'm not saying that just because it's a classical song, I'm saying that because of the trumpets. That's so Uematsu, and there's nothing wrong with that either. Overall, I like this song a lot. I think the title fits it really well. It really does sound like it's setting you up for a big adventure. Now for this one, The Unfinished Battle with God Syndrome from Valkyrie Profile. Now, this song is from a Square Enix game called Valkyrie Profile. This song actually reminds me a bit of an old western with its trumpet lead. It also mixes 80s sounding synthesizers and a MIDI string section. It reminds me a bit of the Baten Kaitos song in terms of speed and style. Now, this song came out on the PlayStation, so it's worthy to note that the styles of these composers were starting to come out more. When I first heard this one, I was exercising, so it was a blast. The one complaint I do have is that the loop feels a bit too short, but that's something you have to expect with 90s video game music. So much data had to fit on those PlayStation discs, and oftentimes, that meant some of the songs had to be kind of short. Tone Assess. With this one, I got a little creative and moved away from the forums and all that internet stuff. I heard that Motoi actually had somewhat of a prog rock performing band. Once I heard that, I just had to check it out. It was there I found Tone Assess, which actually reminds me a lot of Dream Theater and Yes. It's instrumental and you can tell that it's really compositional. The cool thing about this song is that it's only 3 people. I like the style of melody in this song. It doesn't try to be catchy or anything. It's just good and fluctuates like a breathing animal. And a lot of people think when I say it's not catchy that I'm dissing the melody, but I actually prefer this style of melody over catchy ones. I really like this one. If you're a fan of Motoi and haven't heard his solo music, you should really give it a listen. Now for Nameless Song. The best song that I've heard hands down from Matoy so far is a song from a game I've never played, Dark Souls. The song is titled Nameless Song. Not only does it capture loneliness extremely well, it shows Matoy's versatility as a composer. Even though I've never played Dark Souls, I can be taken away to another world just by hearing the music. There's a constant flow of slow melodies from multiple instruments. There's interesting key changes too. It's no wonder people are saying that this song is his best of all time. Usually with slow songs, it could be pretty hard to grab my attention. But this song did it and somehow outperformed the fast songs of this first impression. What's my favorite part about this song? Well, it would probably have to be the cello and the low strings. The voice is obviously the most memorable part of the song, but I just really appreciate how well written that the cello was. If you're a fan of video game music and haven't heard this one from Dark Souls, you really need to. In fact, I think I need to play this game. So, what's my overall impression? I think it's really cool that people are appreciating this type of music in this day and age. This was even suggested to me by Nahal CC. Hope I'm pronouncing that right, and thanks for the suggestion. I really enjoyed listening to Matoy's work, and will probably be listening to more of him in the future, whether I want to or not. There's a good chance that just about every gamer has heard a song from this guy. From Mario Golf to anime, this composer is very busy. Sometimes he'll even compose just one song for a project, and I'm sure a composer like him has probably shadow composed at some point or another, especially if he was working for Square Enix. He's a very interesting composer, and if you haven't heard him, you should definitely check him out. I give this first impression a 4.5 out of 5. I added the extra 0.5 due to the Dark Souls song. It made a really good first impression on me. So what do you guys think of Matoy Sakuraba? Is there any other good songs from him that you think I missed out on? Leave it in the comments below. Also, if there's another artist or band that you want me to check out or talk about, leave it in the comments below. Anyways guys, thanks for watching, and this is Game Analyzer, signing off. Phoenix Splash TV. Now, if you're a fan of retro video games, chances are that you may have heard this guy's voice in some way, shape, or form. He is Takenobu Mitsuyoshi. If you grew up playing Sega games like Virtua Fighter, the Outrun series, Shenmue, and of course Daytona USA, then you probably heard this guy's stuff. I mean, who can forget that iconic voice? And hey, since he's a video game composer, I don't have to worry about getting flagged for his music. Thank you, Takenobu. So, who is Takenobu Mitsuyoshi? Well, he's one of those guys that lives and breathes music. He's been into music ever since he was in junior high. And unlike most high-end video game composers, he was actually into video games too. Somehow he stumbled into Sega's Sound Team in 1990, and the rest is history. I'm not even sure if he has a music degree, but I'm sure that he has some kind of honorary doctorate or master's by now. And that's pretty much all the background information that he has. No weird vampire shtick or crazy conspiracies with this, just a crazy man.
Hey, right. Somebody coming up behind you.
On top of being a composer, he's an arranger, a pianist, a vocalist, and also a bass guitar player. Now, for those of you who don't know, an arranger is someone who takes something that's written by someone else and reconstructs it to fit something else. Like if someone were to compose a piece on piano and someone rearranges it to be played on a Game Boy or a Rock Band. Takenobu does a lot of this in many different video game projects. Now, I was first introduced to his music through a game called Shenmue, which is my favorite game of all time. Now, Shenmue was huge and had a team of composers consisting of other video game composer legends like Yuzo Koshiro, Ryuichi Ichi, and others. Now, with Shenmue, it's kind of hard to know which composer composed which song, but according to SegaRetro.org, Takenobu is credited with writing the main theme of Shenmue. He also wrote The Sedge Tree. And he's also credited to composing Antiquity Tree, which is my favorite reimagining of the Shenmue theme. I even played it on this channel. And not only have I played it, I even transcribed the sheet music of it by ear. That's how much I love that song. Maybe I should post it in case some other piano players want to take a crack at it. It's kind of cool that I was first introduced to his serious compositions before I even knew about Daytona USA and his wacky side. If you listen to the Shenmue themes, some are really dark and serious, which just shows how versatile Takenobu's compositions are. And then there's his wacky side, and of course I'm talking about the soundtrack that got him famous, the Daytona USA soundtrack. Now if you're an intense vocal enthusiast, you probably are wondering why people get behind this style of vocals. And to you, I just say relax and have fun, because that's what Takenobu's singing career is all about. Whenever I hear his voice, it just reminds me of that classic Sega era where games and their music were valued. It was all about having fun, and didn't have to be so serious, and didn't try to imitate every famous TV show imaginable. It's definitely an identifiable voice and will outperform many vocal styles just due to its enthusiasm. Like for real, I'd rather listen to his voice than Kanye's any day. I mean, there are composers who write for Takenobu to sing, like the theme song for Burning Angels by Naofumi Hayata. He also takes some of Sega's popular music and sings the melodies. One of my favorites is the Space Harrier one. Here's him playing with the actual composer on keyboard. He even did a cover of Capcom's Ryu's theme song, which was originally composed by Yoko Shimomura for a tribute album for Street Fighter II. I remember when this came out, it was like on every Mugen I ever played or in the fan-made Street Fighter game I found. It was just everywhere. Now there's something I just realized at this minute that I haven't realized before. His voice sounds a lot like the singer of System of a Down, Serge Tankian. That's just interesting. Because System of a Down actually sang the Legend of Zelda theme once, which is something Takenobu would do. So yeah, that's pretty wild. Now, what would be my favorite Takenobu Mitsuyoshi song? Now, of course, you may have already guessed that it would be Antiquity Tree, but maybe I should pick another. I'd have to go with Let's Go Away for the Daytona USA soundtrack. I feel like this song pretty much sums up who he is, better than any words can. Now, even though I never got super into Daytona USA, I still fell in love with the soundtrack. And there are a ton of awesome videos of him that you can find on YouTube. Chances are, they're over to your right. So what do you think about Takenobu Mitsuyoshi? What's your favorite song from him? Leave it in the comments below. I have to give a shout out to Oh So Jiggly and Kenneth Foreman, who suggested that I do a video on Takenobu. Oh So Jiggly also makes some videos himself, and if you're a fan of Sega retro games or just retro games in general, you'll love his content. And I'm glad I got this recommendation. It's really fun to talk about some of my favorite video game composers. Also, feel free to leave any kind of music recommendation in the comments, whether it'll be video game composer, rock and roll, opera star, I'll do it all. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching. This is Josh the Music Man, signing off. If you grew up in the 90s and you see the Sega logo, immediately sounds of Yuzo Koshiro's amazing 16-bit music comes to mind. And not only was he an amazing composer, but he was also a pioneer of composition and has brought many new ideas to the genres of house, techno, and trance music, and has influenced other electronic artists like Labyrinth, Joker, Darkstar, Just Blaze, and many others. If ahead of its time was one word and you looked it up in the dictionary, you'd likely see Yuzo Koshiro's face. And it's kinda crazy that so much of his music can feel so nostalgic, yet sound pretty modern. Yuzo Koshiro was born in Tokyo on December 12, 1967. His mother was a pianist, and when Yuzo turned 3 years old, she began teaching him how to play piano. In 1975, Yuzo began taking music lessons from Joe Hisashi, who would later be known for his music compositional scores in the Miyazaki films. When Yuzo Koshiro was in high school, he began composing music on the NECPC 8801. It was here he began setting the ground for his future in video game music composition. Yuzo's composition career began when he turned 18, and he scored a job with the Nihon Falcom. They actually used music he created in high school for their game Dragon Slayer 2. With Nihon, Koshiro would compose for such video games as Dragon Slayer 4, Sorcerer, and of course the early Ys games. In 1988, Yuzo Koshiro began working freelance. In his early days in freelance, he would work on a game called The Scheme, and a visual novel game called Misty Blue, but he didn't get big-time recognition until he began writing music for Sega. And his first big break was The Revenge of the Shinobi. In this game, he merged many genres of music like progressive rock and techno, and since it's ninjas, he also mixed in more traditional sounding Japanese music. It was a taste of what was to come in his future works, especially with Sega. Since he was freelance, he also worked outside of Sega, and to show off more of his versatility, his work on ActRaiser was mostly classical and orchestrated music. For this game, Yuzo actually had to create a loading system for the Super Nintendo that would swap ROM data on command. This was to get around the Super Nintendo's 64 kilobyte memory limitation. In 1990, Yuzo Koshiro and many members of his family found Ancient Corp, which was a video game development company. They were credited to creating the Master System / Game Gear versions of Sonic the Hedgehog, and they created an action-adventure game called Beyond Oasis. It was in this company that he began music composition work on the Streets of Rage series, also known as Bare Knuckle. For Streets of Rage 1, he used a PC-8801 and a programming language he developed himself called Music Love. He would go on to use these two systems for future Streets of Rage games. Streets of Rage 1 and Streets of Rage 2 mixed many genres: house, techno, hardcore techno, funk, and many others. He aimed to reproduce some of the samples many musical artists were using at the time. Both these games took the video game music world by storm, and it was really crazy hearing some of the same sounds you would hear out of big artists coming out of your Genesis. Soundtracks of the games quickly became bestsellers on their own regards in Japan, and many people regarded Streets of Rage music as the best video game music of all time at the time. Yuzo had a knack for capturing emerging genres quickly, and even predicted where the genre may go, in my opinion. And it's no wonder many artists actually list Yuzo as a main influence to their music. With Streets of Rage 3, Yuzo got really ambitious. He created an automated composing system, and it was able to produce techno music. Even in the music world, this really wasn't attempted all that much. Much of the music that he created was randomized, and it resulted in sounds that, well, to me when I hear it, don't really sound like a human created it. He also had more abstract ideas for the game's soundtrack, and his aim was to create sounds that you could never imagine on your own. And though the reception for Streets of Rage 3's music was not highly as praised as the first two, it still predicted what techno artists would get into with sequencing and computing MIDI instruments to follow algorithms. And how he did that on a Genesis, I'll never know. As gaming moved past 16-bit, Yuzo would go on to continue working on monumental music for video games. In 1999, he teamed up with another music legend, Takenobu Mitsuyoshi, and a few other composers, and helped write the music to Shenmue.
I gotta give him, the funky rhythm, Let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a ride.
He ventured out of the gaming world and actually wrote a main theme for a French TV channel called No Life. And most recently, he joined a team to work on the music for Streets of Rage 4. The game is mostly written by Olivier Derivière, but it still has some amazing compositions by other composers who probably deserve musician spotlights in their own right. Though the game is not mainly composed by Yuzo, I still feel like the team and Oliver captured the style and atmosphere of Streets of Rage 1 and 2's music. One work I really feel is quite underappreciated from Yuzo Koshiro is his work on the Game Gear Shinobi series. It's a two-part series of games that mix the classical Shinobi playstyles with like Mega Man, Wario Land, and all these games were really fun. And honestly, their music might be my favorite of the entire Shinobi series. So what is your favorite Yuzo Koshiro piece of music? Leave it in the comments below. And yes, I am bringing back this series. YouTube has passed some guideline stuff that actually benefits the Musician Spotlight series a whole lot. So I kind of feel like it's a good opportunity to bring it back. And be sure to check out our cover of Fright Elevator. And anyways guys, this is Josh the Music Man, signing off.
Space Harrier, 100 yen a game.
侵略者どもの好きにはさせねえ。宇宙をかけるで。レッツハリー。ありゃ。
I should try it once.
Feel bored, unappealing, and
unemployed again, swept off my feet again. Can you hear me? Christmas lights are outright blinding, bells are ringing. What am I to do? When I get home to you, in a dim lit parking lot, I lose my mind. Nothing I do, nothing I say worth your time. So I drive around the block to ease my mind. And what to do? I'm not coming home to you. It's what I have to do. Comes up, I'm far away. My car's run out of fuel. My temperature is on the rise. If only there was a helping hand, and if only I can understand why I'm not so dignified. Rather tow truck take my car, I stayed behind with my phone on charge. What the hell am I supposed to do? my way. Lot is empty, no arrivals here to stay. I'm done waiting, contemplating Christmas Eve tonight. It's what I'm going to do. I'm running home to you. It's what I'm going to do. Before I can knock, you open the door to me, and you see me. Bags under my eyes, you're not surprised that I'm a mess. But as long as I have you, my tongue. Lights are gleaming, hearts are beaming, food is done. Doesn't matter, all that matters is our fun. And hey, what's a guy to do? As long as I have you.
So, a few months ago, I wrote a song called Crappy Christmas, and I did something interesting that I had never done before. During the first phase, where I just write lyrics and chords, I had trouble coming up with a chord progression. One of my biggest critiques for myself compositionally is that my chord progressions are very simple and sometimes too simple. And I am aware when I do it, like for instance, the song Lonely Karaoke Bar has only 2 chords throughout the entire song. And with Crappy Christmas, I wanted something completely different than I ever written. So I used a random number generator to help me out. I've been told that I'm a numbers guy for some reason. I was never really that good at math, but people think I'm good at math. And in college, I dived into the whole 12-tone row, which is, there's tons of videos on 12-tone row, Schoenberg, all that stuff. That's usually what people think when we talk numbers and music. They think of that style. And the music that comes out of that style of music is not always the best sounding or not easy to listen to for most people. but I always found it fascinating myself, and I didn't want to do that with this piece. I wanted it to be very easy to listen to and jazzy. So, since numbers are used every day in every instance, I decided to use it a little differently music-wise in this instance. So, random number generator is just going to make random numbers, and how long the number is, or the amount of digits, would decide how long my chord progression was going to be. So for my first chord progression to start off the song, I wanted 4 chords. So I set up a 3-digit number because my first chord has to be 1. And the numbers I got were 2, 5, and 8. And in music theory, chord numbers can only go up to 7, so I decided that 8 and 9 would just be defaulted to 1 and 2. So 8 equals 1 and 9 equals 2. So my first chord progression became 1, 2, 5, and back to 1. And, it was a simple chord progression. Then I decided what kind of sound I wanted, and since it's a Christmas song, I thought jazzy would be fitting. So after playing around with that chord progression, my 1 chord became a 1 major 9th, a 2 minor 7, and a 5 dominant 13th, and then back to 1 major 9. And this became the basis for the song. And after playing around with the melody, I decided I wanted the song to be in the key of E. So my chord progression became E major 9, F sharp minor 7, and B dominant 13. Unemployed again, swept off my feet again. Can you hear me? For my next chord progression, I went back to the number generator because I was really happy with what came out of it. The number I got back was 4432, or 4432. Since this chord progression comes out later in the song, I don't need to put a 1 in the beginning of this number. And all of the numbers were between 1 and 7, so I didn't really need to do any rule breaking. And something interesting in this number, there is a repeat, so 4 and 4 in the beginning. That would mean my 4 chord would have to be longer rhythmically. This is a rule I set up for myself. So thus, I had this chord progression, 4, 4, 3, and 2. Letter-wise, this became A major 7, G sharp minor, and F sharp minor. And after playing around with the progression, I found that I really liked the longer 4 chords and thought it would be cool to add a quick 5 chord in between the 3 and the 2. And, just because it sounded cool. Thus, this whole chord progression became 4, 4, 3, 5, 2, and then when the chord progression repeats, I switch the 3 and the 4 for more variety. Thus, my final chord progression for the third progression became A major 7, G sharp minor, B major, F sharp minor 7, and then A major 7, B major, G sharp minor, and then F sharp minor 7. In a dim lit parking lot, I lose my mind. Nothing I do, nothing I say worth your time. So I drive. For the fourth chord progression, I did not use the number generator. I felt that a normal rising progression was very fitting, and since the last chord progression emphasized the A chord so much, I actually modulated to the key of A. Thus, the progression became A major 7, B minor 7, C sharp minor 7, and D major 7. Now, even though I came up with this chord progression, the chord progressions before it inspired this progression. So it was still influenced by the number generator, but I didn't use the number generator. Now, you might have noticed I skipped chord progression 2 and went straight for 3. I actually wrote the second chord progression in the song after basically everything else. And I wanted there to be a transitional chord progression between the first number generated one and the second number generated one, just so it could sound nice and smooth, and it kind of went with the story as well. It's kind of like a pre-chorus, if you say. And I came up with E major, E augmented, E major 7, then D sharp minor, F sharp minor 7, and then to B major. And this progression is actually my favorite part of the song. I think it sounds very iconic and very me, something that's just familiar. And this progression is actually modulated later on in the song, so it's both in the key of A and the key of E in this song.
What am I to do?
The song itself is about a time where I got laid off around Christmas, and I actually wanted to do this song for a while, but I thought it might be too negative, and plus the name of it is pretty funny. The lyrics tell a basic story, and the main character loses his job and doesn't want to confront his loved one or wife about it, so he stays out all night driving around, letting off some steam, and his car breaks down, and the next day he ends up running home. The running happens at the bridge, and that's where the song gets pretty wild. It pretty much just breaks apart. There's only 2 chords here, and the doubles in the drums and the quickness in the piano, it all simulates running, while the bass guitar shows some worry. I didn't write the bass guitar part. I kind of wrote the drum part a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that's what both of them were going for. Because this song had to be produced a little quickly, I didn't literally compose the song. I didn't put it in like MuseScore or any program. After I came up with the chords and the tempo changes, I made a tempo map and I just went ahead and straight to playing it. This made it a little bit difficult to work in the horns and some of the extra instruments, but I wanted to see if I could do it without writing everything down. And I thought it turned out okay. At least I think it did. So yeah, I used a number generator to help me out with this one. And I think as a result, the chord progression is very unique in comparison to anything I've ever made. Even though it's simple. It's so crazy. We can think of a lot of simple ideas in the realm of music. And sometimes something so simple is something we've never thought of. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And honestly, it felt like collaborating with another composer. And I think when people think of music composition and numbers, they think they have to follow all of these rules. And a lot of composers create a lot of rules. And in some ways that is true, but I feel like numbers and equations can be a good tool to use when you want something totally different, or you want a totally different style, or you just want to do nothing you've ever done before. And you make up your own rules and you can do pretty much anything. So yeah, I know it was a little bit complicated, but if you're a composer and you want to try doing something different, try using a number generator. Or if you're an artist, try applying techniques to numbers and put it in a generator and see what comes out. And it's really bizarre, but I find this really cool. Anyways guys, I hope you enjoyed it. This is Josh from Phoenix Splash, signing off.